Good morning, everybody. How are we all doing today? Good morning. Gamma Max is already updated. 169. I feel like we look good going into this morning, but it's a tough call. The rest of the market not doing so fucking hot. Yeah, it's more bullish. What the hell is the time in sales? That's weird, right? Is NBBO data down? Okay, those are all turned on. Huh. Order book down bullish. Cutting today if no action? I mean, probably not. We'll see. They still have 2 more days to cover, so they could potentially wait. Good morning. Time does the Fed speak? I think Powell's testimony starts at 10, if I'm not mistaken. Uh, no, he starts speaking at 9:30. What's up, Shiban? Yeah, I mean, I have plenty of time on my calls too, so I'm not super fucking worried, but I still don't like how it looks like they're trying to take advantage of the downturn in the market. It reminds me too much of like Feb OPEX. Putin's running his fucking mouth again, and why did everyone buy weeklies? I don't understand. If they paid attention for any period of time, they should know how dangerous they are. Yeah, and yeah, but they still still every time. it doesn't it doesn't matter how dangerous weeklies are. It doesn't matter how much money people lose on them. People will always gamble. There's a reason casinos stay in business. Oh, this is just like free shit. Ding ding. Thank you for addressing the negative delta numbers from yesterday. Oh yeah, absolutely. Sun's out, bull's out. I hope so. We do look good. We're still significantly above Friday's close. T+2 days out, so that's a positive, right? It means that gamma imbalance from Friday is not corrected. I mean, shit, I think we're still up from yesterday's market open. Yeah, we are. So even yesterday's gamma exposure is just compounding, right? Casinos make tens of thousands of dollars an hour on the low end. What the fuck is going on with the data this morning? Hey, look. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in the same boat, Velvet. What do you think is going on with the massive 4:01 p.m. BBBY candles? Closing settlement? Probably lots of shorting. Fidelity has our volume at 45K. I'm seeing 53.54 right now. What are we thinking BBBY might run? I mean, during OPEX. So during the next few days. They can cover it, later in the cycle. And they have a lot of flexibility with the holiday. Very generous screen placement. Canadian CPI 7.7 for May was 6.8% in April. Rough. Thank God only Canadians care about Canadian inflation. I mean, it's international inflation's gonna have less of an impact. So you're worried that less that they'll find a way not to cover OPEX obligations, but they'll push the price down with the market decline to much lower price and then cover. Yeah. If anything significantly bearish happens today, I am concerned with that. And I think maybe they're waiting on it, knowing that, there's going to be some instability today with the Powell testimony. A bunch of my options chains aren't moving on. Yeah, there seems to be some data issues this morning. I'm seeing it in IBKR also. And I think Schwab, I have Schwab open right now. It looks like Schwab too. Is maple syrup recession proof? I don't know. Or can we watch Powell's testimony? I'm sure it's on one of like the congressional things or C-SPAN. It's just gonna be bullshit. It's just like Powell telling politicians that like he can't use monetary policy to fix their, district's problems. And then that's it, right? Over and over and over and over again. I don't think Powell is going to stray at all from the current Fed narrative. And in that respect, he will make the Fed appear more dovish moving into the September rate increase. And that could be seen as bullish. We're bullish, right? Because I feel bullish. I mean, we are, but expectations need to be tempered. This isn't March. Everyone thinks this is MOASS, which most assuredly does not look like that at all. And they think it's March, which it's also not. You know, obligations coming off of XRT are about 30% lower. While GME's price is higher, you know, those price increases are logarithmic, right? And so a move from 140 to 200 takes significantly more pressure than a move from like 77 to 150. Volume is low, Carl. We don't call the volume dead. It's still there. Revlon is trash. I feel like I said that yesterday. Isn't XRT on Reg Show? Yeah. Moved right back onto Reg Show shortly after being removed from Reg Show. Bobby Moassing? No. No, it's not. But it is at $6.60. If it isn't Moass and it isn't March, then what is it? June? I mean, it is. It is, in fact, June. It's also not November, which is cool, right? No, I don't know about that, Ryan. I still think we can hit GM. I look at our performance already this morning. This is good stuff. We're green on the day now. Well, briefly. There it is. They could also take the risk in waiting, right? They don't cover today. They cover tomorrow on the final day of what would normally be T+2. Is there a certain GME price that you would sell your options and look for reentry? What's your risk management strategy? I mean, I have price targets. All my contracts are green, so I don't really, you know, I have like 20 to 100% room on them. I'm not super concerned with setting stops right now. I bought them at far lower prices and way lower IV. So, you know, I have price targets. If they're not met, I'll set stops and capture some amount of profits. I mean, I think I walk away with at a minimum like 20%, even if it just like turns around and crashes. One frag would win. We're doing okay so far. I like opening. Opening looks good. It's strong. I feel really needy right now. We'll take it somewhere else. Good to see BBBY come back from 5% down. I still think something is brewing over there. I agree. But you know, if OPEX is a miss for BBBY, I'm prepared to just move my options forward to January. What kind of volume would you consider indicative of covering? I mean, not 140,000 worth. I got an alarm that cat went under 190. What's your take? Wait, buy a lot of time. Those are the options on Caterpillar. It's a good entry price. You could see better ones if the market continues to decline. How far apart do you set your limit from your stop on GME calls during OPEX? Ooh, like 1 or 2%. I mean, usually you fill to the upside, but sometimes you can stop a gap down if you do that. 1 to 2% of the premium of the contract, not 1 to 2% of the share price. How much does it cost to move them forward? I don't know, like $100 a contract or something like that. Probably not even that much. How much is let's look at an example here. Excuse me. Jan 23 15s. Yeah, about $100 a contract, roughly. The out of the money ones are a little cheaper. But it's not very expensive. And if I sell during OPEX when it's got some price action, then I can, buy back in between the cycles really cheap and buy back into the leaps. Is it a good strategy to buy at price points of 6.9 and 42, regardless of the underlying strike? Or stock price just premium paid? Is a good option strategy to buy at price points of 6.9 and 40. No, Carl. 69 and 420 are not. It's not a viable option strategy. Can you take a look at the gaps on SPY? It looks like we could be closing the lower gap. If so, does that mean we're going to go lower? Or could we bounce in the near term? What was the rest of that? Bounce in the... God damn. Bounce in the near term and fill the upper gaps. I mean, first of all, not all gaps fill. Second of all, the SPY looks fine right now. It's recovering slowly, but it's recovering. Don't forget, regardless of Powell's speech and sentiment and all that, there's still mechanics driving upward pressure on the market this week with short repositioning and SLD settlement coming in. Also, some gaps take years to fill. Yeah. I had a dream last night that I was being attacked by VWASPs. What mean? Major Green Day? We'll see. Revlon halt. I don't care. I have 6.81 on BBBY. Okay. Probably got internet going. Did I miss anything? No, not really. Almost nothing, actually. We're kind of just right back at opening price. Just entered 142 call June 8th. Is that okay? It's not terrible. I mean, you probably shouldn't have bought it when we were trading at 140, but not all gaps fill. However, the gap of one koala hugger's mom definitely gets filled by everyone. Thanks, a user. But gross. I mean, imagine. 1,720 people can't find their peepees or the like button. All right. Have you entered all of your calls yet? All the ones I intend to buy for this phase of OPEX. How was your VWAS funeral? Oh, I forgot and just tossed him in the trash. Whoops. Why flee to bonds if people think the SPY is going up this week? Oh, the sentiment around the SPY is not good. Like the market sentiment is terrible right now. Especially with like Putin being an asshole and Japan's fucking bond issues. It could mean we'll run harder. Not necessarily Friday, but don't forget that tomorrow is like, because of the deferral, tomorrow is what would normally be T+2. And if you look at Feb OPEX, which also had a similar holiday, there was no covering done until Thursday. Feb also had like a Monday holiday. All my options are green for the day, even weeklies. Why have IV going up now? I don't know if IV's going up that much right now. It's a little down from market open. Yeah, I don't think IV is all that impressive at the moment. It's kind of dropping actually. But yes, I see the OI decreasing meditation. What the heck is JPOW saying? Probably nothing. You think the run more likely today or tomorrow? It's tough to say. I mean, they're already carrying a lot of gamma exposure, and the price isn't really dropping significantly, right? So, like, to shed that exposure from Friday, they need the price to come back below like 126. The price is obviously not coming back below 126 right now. I mean, it looks like we're just moving up to another test of that upper trend here. I can show you probably better out on this time frame. 1 second. So if we look out here, no, just not gonna work. There it is. If you look out here, on like the 1 hour, it very much just looks like, we tested and rejected off the upper trend yesterday. That's not a color I can use. It looks like in pre-market, we fell towards the lower trend and bounced. This kind of looks like we're gonna move up and test again. If we get some actual pressure behind this, we could break out. A breakout would be pretty significant right now. But I still think there's a very good chance they wait to cover till tomorrow. Bobby bid ask widening, orders rolling in. Interesting. It's not even at $7 yet. I just I don't know how clear I can be on this. If BBBY does not surpass $10, then nothing interesting is going to happen over there. They don't have any debt to society. That's not how a hedge fund works. All of my EMAs are converging. I mean, our current trend looks bullish. I think best case scenario today, if they don't cover, is we see additional positive gamma exposure compounded. I mean, the MMs are still sitting on like a $260 million bag. So if I was buying cat calls, would September be enough time? What's your target? If you're far out of the money, then maybe not. You need to manipulate the stock ASAP. Any thought when they will release the NFT marketplace? I know they said Q2, but do you think they'll wait until the last moment? They said by the end of Q2. I'm pretty sure GameStop's Q2 ends in July, right? Aren't they? Aren't their fiscal quarters offset? I mean, it's a pretty simple options position poker. Either we run or we don't. Yeah, it's not in their best interest for weeklies to be cheaper, but it is in their best interest to scare people out of more expensive weeklies that they've already bought, right? On the market maker side. And since I suspect that the ETFs aren't going to cover until they absolutely have to, it seems to be that the market maker is the one that kicks off the covering for OPEX. And then the ETFs kind of pile in on top of that because they also have to buy. But the ETFs have a little bit longer time. Like they have more of a window to wait. It's just that if the market maker starts buying and the price starts running, they need to buy too before the price gets too high. Why are we talking about deaths to society? Short hedge funds reach settlements with no admissions of guilt. Yeah, I know. A moral debt? Sure. But, they're not going to pay that either. There's no gamma squeeze. I wish, but no. We're definitely not set up for a gamma squeeze. Can OMMs use borrowed shares to delta hedge? No. Well, yes and no. They can use borrowed shares to hedge the short side. They don't need to because they have liquidity provisions. I don't know why they would go and borrow shares, but yes, they could. Why is the chat blue on this stagnant price action? This is amazing. We know they have to buy something. The longer they wait, the more leverage can be acquired for similar capital. I know. I'm not upset. I think the biggest fear is Dunstan would be that the realization of price action is less dramatic than expected. Although they really need to buy a lot, and the bid ask is still wide as fuck. And if the market maker capitulates and starts covering, it's going to go nuts, right? I mean, they're sitting on a little over $250 million in gamma imbalance. Like, it can't be ignored for too long. The holiday gives them some flexibility, which obviously leads to uncertainty in retail. But things still look good. You talked about a big internalization block or SMT yesterday. Do you think that got dumped or held? It's hard to say. Internalization got dumped a little bit in the morning, and then started to pick up in the afternoon. So I th- I think if we don't run today, we'll see it climb back up. Um, or well, not internalization, but utilization really dropped in the morning, and started to climb back up into the afternoon. Also, a lot of people bailed out of weeklies at the test of 145 yesterday. Not necessarily retail, could have been institutions also, but they bailed nonetheless. End of July is end of quarter two. That's what I thought. Remember that time we ran a whole week late because of holiday deferment? Did we ever find out why it was a whole week instead of the day? And do you remember which run it was? Yeah, it was back in wasn't it back in like October? It was for FTDs. I remember that. And the FTDs got pushed out because of the holiday. But I can't remember when the fuck it was. Yeah, I can't remember. There was hmm, a whole week late. That doesn't sound right. A few days late, but a whole week? There's no holiday time periods that could push it out a whole week. Maybe the FTDs. I think like October FTDs, but I feel like those were on time pre-October. Oh, you know what? Last July maybe. I think the FTDs got offset, but that might have had to do with the rebalance also. Who are the players again on OPEX covering, and what are the incentives? Praying for a spy dump for cheaper buying? I mean, yeah. So we know two entities that need to cover. We know the MMs need to cover their gamma imbalance. And the APs need to cover ETF exposure. Now the APs have more time because they're on a T+3 settlement window versus MMs that are on T+2. So it's very likely that any covering that starts will start with the market maker, right? But because of the holiday, the market maker has till tomorrow. Um, well, technically till Friday morning, to cover their gamma imbalance. And so, if their gamma imbalance is driven by a rise last Thursday and Friday, GME's price went up, right? And then we enter this new week, right? And they have T, or this is T. And then they have 1, 2, 3, and 4. If they can get, if they can get, or the price drops back to the original level, they have nothing to cover, right? But if it doesn't, and it didn't, right? The price went up yesterday. It's up a little today. Then it continues to compound the gamma imbalance from the previous week, right? And so, this consistent positive increase in price action makes it more and more likely that the market maker is going to give up and just hedge. And then when they do that, the price is going to start going up. So the APs are going to start buying and covering their, net obligations. So the question is between today and Friday morning, can they get the price back to a range where their gamma exposure is reduced? And the holiday gives them this flexibility that they normally wouldn't have. Normally they'd just have, Monday, Tuesday, and they usually cover Tuesday because it's illiquid and it's hard to cover. Like placing all the orders at market open on Wednesday can cause the stock to run really, really hard. No, they're not FTDs. That's the APs are not covering FTDs. The APs are buying to rebalance their net asset basket. They need to go out into the market and buy shares for FTDs that were already satisfied or are still in the process of failing. And it's not so much the APs as the ETF managers, which may not always be the APs. They can be. Not all APs are fund managers, but not all fund managers are APs. But yeah. A little bit, yeah. A little bit of a standoff. But as long as we, remain green, positive, and don't forget that any call buying is positive because we do have a positive delta hedge in our favor. So as long as the stock price remains green, then potential remains, right? Or, gamma exposure is compounding. They can run it throughout most of the day on Friday, especially if they break up buying in dark pools. The orders have to be placed. They don't have to by market open. That doesn't mean they have to settle by market open. Driving the price over $15 down in one day seems incredibly dangerous and very, very expensive. Yeah, it would be. And theoretically, like a neutral market maker has no desire to drive the price of the underlying down, or shouldn't have a desire to do that. Why is your time in sales delayed? It's a good question. I think that there's an issue with like NBBO, the NBBO order book today. We weren't getting any data earlier, and yeah, now it's very delayed or just not updating at all. That updated it. Is there any sign GME is heading for reg show? I mean, besides the reversal trades every day? No. And I think the reversal trades indicate that GME is getting close to being reg showed at certain moments. and they're trading enough volume to keep that from happening. Define authorized participant. Who is that? Do you have Google? I mean, for a lot of the ETFs, Citadel. They're essentially the market maker for the ETF. I think that's the easiest description of them to understand. No, yes, they should all hit the tape theoretically by market close on Friday, but you can use foreign dark pools to offset even further. They can offset up to like 24, 48 hours. I don't think we've ever seen an instance of that. Just because, hey, GME is just massively illiquid in foreign exchanges. So we probably won't. So, but it should be noted that it can be done. Can Gex from Friday, Tuesday be delayed to tomorrow or even Friday? Yes. The holiday deferral gives them essentially an extra T+2. It's really T+1 plus the holiday. So tomorrow's the last full day of available covering for obligations due last Friday. Let's keep moving the goalposts. They're moving the goalposts. Everyone's well aware of the holiday. Just because you don't understand how they work, Adam Jodo, isn't anyone else's fault. I have Google. Okay. I mean, it's a pretty common definition. I've been banned from all search engines. How does circuit breaker abuse theoretically affect settlement delays, if we know? We know in February that they abused the circuit breaker to offset obligations to the following day. February market open, February 2021, they had to have all orders placed by market open. We halted into close, and they were able to carry failures over an additional day. Failures and settlement over an additional day. So if the stock halts into close into that 15-minute window where it remains halted for the remainder of the day, any obligations not covered at that point can then be covered the following morning. So it can extend settlement when it, but it's super fucking obvious, right? And it's gonna get everyone's tits really jacked, and people are gonna FOMO into calls hard Monday morning at market open if they do that. That's what happened in February too, right? You can't. It's so, the positioning's so obvious. Like, you're not gonna fool anyone. And GME doesn't have the liquidity in like after hours that it once did, right? We had a little bit more liquidity in January, which allowed for that Jan 6th run, but we don't really have as much of that anymore. So for them to, run the stock $80 and clear obligations in like the pre-market and after hours is far more unlikely nowadays. At least not without running the price up massively. Give it to me straight. Is BBBY same like AMC? No, they make money. So that's a plus, right? Bye Bye Baby is a very successful business. It is time arbitrage. All of this is time arbitrage. It's all about creating obligations at one point and settling them at a far lower price at another point. I love when the shills show up in droves. It's always a good sign for us. I know. I love when they my favorite's actually when they disappear after we run. Like once we start running, they all disappear. Because, they're busy. It takes a really long time to sell shares out of computer share. 15 minutes for a limit sell, so what people don't understand that you are not setting dates for MOASS, but more dates of settlement and obligation, how it affects the stock in the short term. Yeah, I don't really give a shit about MOASS. It'd be cool, but if it doesn't happen, I don't care. Is it too late to buy GME stock? BBBY a better deal? They are not the same company. One has no debt. One is suffocated by it. For starters, especially moving into high inflation and high rates. Vastly different plays. I would say BBBY is more like GameStop was when DFV first started buying it, except with no real turnaround planned in place yet. Hey, I'm a shill and I never left. Thanks. Keep seeing debate on Discord about if we run hard and your call strikes don't have high OI, you may not be able to sell it. I'm not sure they know what MMs do. It can be difficult to get a fill at the ask if there's not a lot of interest on your strike. But yeah, I mean, you're gonna get a fill. If you sell the fucking contract at the bid, it's gonna fill immediately. Linux is kind of all over the place right now. But it's okay. That same sentiment is reflected in all of retail's current positioning. Very, very skittish. Retail's very skittish right now. Especially on short dated calls, which, they should be. They're short dated calls. So BBBY and AMC could both run before GME for OPEX? Sure. If there's gamma imbalance there. BBBY does actually have some gamma imbalance. Not a lot, though, because all the gamma is being suffocated by that massive put wall. So there was a little imbalance Friday. They may have already cleared it, actually. Now, as far as obligations being covered, that's another story. Unusual whales alert, huge order ask side on TQQQ. Huh. Okay. That could be bullish. How huge? It's Wednesday, my dudes. It is, turd. I hate your new name, by the way. When I want MOASS, I just open up Tinder. Nice. Do people not understand that Jimmy and BBY are different bets? Jimmy is a stable cycle with hidden unstable short position. BBY is a pre-sneeze play that is waiting for a liquidity squeeze. I mean, provided that enough liquidity is eaten up. And at these prices, it's not hard. But yeah, I agree. DFV bought before RC. I mean, Burry bought before DFV. Low volume at opens, still green. This seems interesting now. No, this is, I mean, this is good. This is what we expect. Pressure is very high, right? And we have a positive head. So as long as we remain green, people are positive and people will buy calls, which will in turn make us more green because the hedge is on our side. Especially, near the money calls. Even if they're just weeklies. I mean, the delta on like 145 weeklies is 0.46. So for $600, people are leveraging 46 shares. Even if they're taking like a 10% delta risk on their hedge, that's still like 42 shares, 41 shares being bought by the market maker for $600. You think we're gonna pass the GM once they start covering? I mean, we're very close to Gamma Max already, so yeah, I imagine if they covered their 1.7-ish million shares that they need to buy right now, then yeah, we could cross Gamma Max. Hopefully we just get another stagnant day. I'm fine with that. The more they compound their covering into a shorter period of time, the harder the VUPs, right? And I have volatility positions, so I'm all about it. No, but I'll set stops at GM. TQQQ, 500 calls. I mean, that's not that big. 2250 strikes sold. Okay. I thought you meant like a big position. That's like a few $1,000,000, nothing. When you start looking at like index ETFs, even leveraged index ETFs, um, big is a higher, more commas. If somebody bought like $1 billion or sold $1 billion in calls on TQQQ, then I'd be like, okay, something's gonna happen. But I don't think a few $1,000,000 is really indicative of anything at all. That Burry guy always early. Seriously. Is today actually Tuesday since the stock market failed to deliver it yesterday? No. Tomorrow is actually Tuesday because of the holiday. So the holiday offsets everything a day, and then FINRA gives an additional day for deferment because of the holiday. I've already taken all my clothes off. Where's Jimmy now on the breakout from your chart earlier? Just approaching the resistance. Not quite hitting it yet, but very close. 143.50 is the resistance right here. Well, let's say 143 because it declines throughout the rest of the day. But yeah, like 143, 143.50, that range. So basically, if we break this next upper resistance here that I already have mapped out, that yellow line. Do you plan to play the downside? Fucking I right, I do. Are you sure why being on XRT's date of record is bullish? Thanks. Well, I don't know if it being the date of record is bullish, but it could be. If anybody short XRT is required to cover or pay the dividend, or they pay the dividends. I mean, I guess it's bullish for XRT holders. I don't see how it's bullish for GameStop. I don't think it really has an effect. Um, I think it's far more important that the ETFs are rebalancing than it is that it's the date of record. It could be that the ETF wants to settle, but that would also be delayed by the holiday, per their charter. State Street's, actually, I think State Street, Vanguard, and BlackRock all buy additional time for holidays uh, with their date of record. I think it just falls at an ideal moment, but doesn't really have an effect, if that makes sense. Like correlation, but not causation. Because I mean, they're already locked in. If they were short, they've got to pay that dividend already. Like they can't get out now because the date of record was like last week. I'm worried because everything is coming together perfectly. Scary. I'm still freaked out from like March. Although May was a bit of a surprise, so still keeping us on our toes, but I just sold 1,000,000,000,000 calls on TQQQ. So we stay green for the rest of the day today, meaning like Gamma must be placed tomorrow at open. Surely that just makes them more predictable. I can't see why that's a good play. Well, I mean, if they hope for a downturn in the underlying in between now and then the time cost is beneficial to them. It's not like it gets worse for them if they wait for tomorrow. It just means they have to cover more at once, right? So there's no, and they don't give a shit if they have to cover or they don't. And we know on the AP side it's beneficial for them to cover. Why did they get an additional day after the holiday if they still get the original number of deferment days? What do you mean? They get an additional +1, and then also the day of the holiday. Foreign markets are still open on that day, right? It's not like banking is halted for Monday. Is July 15th a significant date? It's OPEX. It's the next OPEX date. It's a monthly expiry, so it's less significant than June. Can you go over how 10x IV play works in terms of speed of the VUP? Like 150 to 200 in an hour or more severe? I mean, that's a lot. I think consistent volume will drive IV up. If we see consistent volume come in, even on a $10 move, you're going to see a massive spike in IV as the price is moving up. Like if we move to like 153 over the next 15 minutes, IV would spike massively. You don't need to move up like $50 all at once. I mean, that'll shoot IV through the roof if it happens, but you think there's a legit bear case for GME for, let's say, 5-year period? Of course. You know, they have a runway. They're going to need to eventually sell more shares, which means liquidating stock further. When that free cash starts to run out, I think they're burning it at a rate of about like $150 million a quarter right now. So they still have plenty of time, but eventually they'll have to. You know, the NFT marketplace may not be as successful as we want it to be. It can be harder for them to gain market share in the e-commerce sector where we expect them to. And, you know, company turnarounds are generally not very successful. So yeah, there's definitely a bear case. I think if anybody's capable of doing the things that GME is set out to do, it's going to be Cohen and the board of directors he's hired, you know, the C-suite that he's hired to do it. So, I mean, I have a lot of confidence in them, but yeah, I mean, every stock has a bear case. There's very, very few stocks with moats so wide, they're just completely uncrossable. It's not like there's no competition in the space, right? Now, is that competition actually doing anything to get ahead? Not really. It's kind of stagnant. So GameStop has a big advantage. Any activity from Philly today? Nothing notable yet. With working, watching, and message size, my question got lost yesterday. I meant to theoretically diminishing returns. Not important now. Just don't want y'all thinking I'm an AMC DRS Dan liquor. I meant theoretically diminishing returns. In regards to what, Bones? I don't think you're an AMC Dan liquor. Do you think we can maybe see a situation where, depending on the circumstances, the outcome of what we think is going to happen and could actually do so? I mean, yeah, obviously. That's the scariest when you're right. Uh, First of all, institutional reporting is offset, and no institution wants to own GameStop at all. All of GameStop's institutional ownership is basically in ETFs. Like the vast majority of it, 90% plus is in ETFs. Um, GameStop is volatile. It has no forward guidance. Institutions don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. BBBY has assets and debt. They're a fine investment for bigger institutions. Also, still a lot of ETF holding. Actually, recessions generally do help retail. It's me, BK, but that's kind of another thing entirely. For those of us who'd ideally want more shares, at the peak, is it more profitable to buy shares, exercise, plus sell CC, or buy puts on the way down, plus buy shares when the price is lower? I mean, you can exercise contracts at the peak if you have a lot of free capital, but you can also just buy puts and wait till the price drops, then buy it cheaper. I have no idea, Purple Hulk. Any expected volume for OPEX clearing? Oh, no, not at all. I don't think we've seen anywhere near sufficient volume given the number of contracts closed. If you can't make a bear case, you're drinking Kool-Aid. Yeah. Every stock has a bear case. What's the espresso machine you liked? What's the budget, innocent? I have a Profitec Pro 600, but if it's for like an office, you might want something bigger. I would definitely not get a fucking Nespresso unless you want just watered down shit every day. Water, it's just like Keurig espresso. It's terrible. Is there a chance they bought shares for June OPEX since the end of May? Higher volume than expected. Thank you. Bought shares for June OPEX and since the end of May. No, I don't think so. Those obligations aren't covered till they're closed, first of all. So, yeah, very unlikely, Steve. How can someone be short an XYZ July $50 call? Short simply means sold. Sold calls are short. Bought calls are long. This applies to both calls and puts. So you will see the terminology like short put, long call, or short call. Long put, right? You ready for the day when we're right and on top and Pickle Morty's gimmick of buying top of the chain weeklies actually pans out for massive gains? I am. Is it possible March is due to algo ticking after Cohen buying? What? No, they offset the cycle. They rolled forward and offset the cycle. There were runs in January and February. They just weren't consequential unless you were paying attention. So it's not like a run didn't happen. It just didn't happen the way we expect them to. Which is a big difference from not happening at all. But Feb OPEX and January OPEX both had runs. Cohen also only bought like 100 fucking thousand shares, which is nothing. We've traded 5 times that amount today. I'm not gonna stop pushing my BB. Did you get the Breville? The Breville dual boiler is a solid machine. I just don't like them because they're a bitch to fix. Dude, G-Gen's buying the top of the chain calls. Just keep making the OCC open the strikes when new weeklies and monthlies open due to demand. I think most of the top of the chain strikes that open up are opened up in order for them to hedge volatility swaps. Like there's no reason for GameStop to have open 950 calls, right? Or $1 puts. Is this gonna break to the upside? It could. Yeah, 150 still standard, full bull, Mr. Diggs. Did we hit GM and Fab? No. This Fab or last Fab? February 2021, we smashed through GM hard. Ooh, that's a breakout. Oh, they're so fucked. Well, they're not really. If everything works out, how much volume would you like to see this week? 10 to 15 million. At least, like at a minimum. We broke out on the day. We're getting all kinds of shit. $100cc safe this week. I mean, it'll definitely get you assigned. Thanks, meditation. I know I'm a bit behind in chat. I'm sorry, guys. I'll try to catch up. Gamma Max 169. How far can we actually push past that before we crash down like the Hindenburg? I mean, it depends. Gamma Max can also rise intraday. So, I mean, Gamma Max was at 169 this morning. That doesn't mean it's not at like 172 or 175 now. But generally, we surpass Gamma Max by about 10 to 12%. Some runs we've surpassed it by far more, like last year. But March we surpassed it by about 12%. I'm too tired to be hyped. Someone do it for me. $10 to 50 million volume per day. I mean, 10 to 15 million volume over the next 2 days. I'm actually gonna make money. I don't even know what to do with this feeling. Probably don't YOLO your gains into Wetzel's pretzels. The volume on the candle looks like someone panicked. It's higher than average. I mean, it's not crazy, but it's high. Can you have a word with BlackRock about postponing July OPEX, please? As a favor, I'll sacrifice a stuffed animal bear and hail Peyton for a whole 5 minutes to honor thy gods. I'll consider it. We dropped to 133 in pre-market. How does that happen? Pre-market's very illiquid. The price can fluctuate a lot. I think we're just tracking active funds. So, it's still good. It's nice to see an entire port with green calls for once. You get a bit from SS is the best thing that could have happened to me. Any chance you can go over support resistance again for BBBY? Sure. Yeah, I'd love to, Twin Peaks Townie. Here's resistance on BBBY. We're gonna go up here. And we're gonna take a line and we're gonna put it at 10 fucking dollars. We're gonna make it nice and thick so people get the point. If BBY doesn't cross that fucking price, nothing's gonna happen with it. And the next resistance to the upside's at 750. Where can I find the full bull song in case we don't hit 150? We're gonna scrub it from the internet if we don't hit 150. Blue resistance lines mean stronger than yellow? No. They're just whatever color I have it preset to that day. 140 is a very strong resistance. 126 was. But the rest of these are just kind of arbitrary. 150 is a strong resistance. No, MMs don't care about covering GEX at higher prices, but if they can wait, and that means prices will drop in the interim, why cover why cover early, right? Doesn't this look like someone buying in? Not really. The magic phalluses blesses this run with wall-breaking aura. May everyone make bank today, amen. I still don't think they're covering fully. But this is nice. It's good to be moving up. We're up 2% today. When you place orders in PM options, do you do a percentage above Black-Scholes or yeah, I use a Black-Scholes calculator. Well, it's not actually Black-Scholes. It's a slightly I think it's like Black-Scholes but adjusted for American options. Um sometimes you'll get a fill that way. You're taking a chance with it usually. Hard to beat institutions to market open. Forgot about my milestone chat. This time I'm really count to make it count. Thanks, Lorca. Chill. I know, Carl. You too. Green colored candles and crisp pickle rockets. Vupside and VWAP and 510s with weeklies. Rockets that fly to the moon with margin. These are a few of my favorite things. Thanks, Goldfoil Jumpsuit. You've really gone down the Sound of Music rabbit hole, huh? Why do you have the yellow support line at 142.84? I don't. I have one at 143.40 something. The shilling of options as a strategic investment has resulted in all the copies being sold out on Amazon. I hope they pay you decent royalties. No, I don't even use referral links. Much to the chagrin of many people. Dancing green dumpsters with bull mayo sashes. Options that squeeze on my OPEX and MOASS, maybe? Silverback YOLOs that twist into springs. These are a few of my favorite things. Yeah, I would definitely pluralize MOASS there. Remember Kenny's motto, one more day. Why would they cover before the last minute if they're in a position to lose money? Yeah, no one ever covers. No one ever pays their bills until they're due. Remember that. This isn't like a neurotic household. They're not like, oh, I'm gonna pay all my bills 5 days before they're due. This is this is institutional money. They pay it the second it's due, and no earlier ever. Is 2K margin requirement mean that you need to have 2K settled funds at all times? I mean, you need to have 2K settled funds for the margin requirement. When the bear bites, when the down bad, when I'm feeling sad, I simply remember my favorite things and then I don't feel so bad. Nice. Ridiculous. um I paid all my electricity bills back in 1999 to beat inflation. Joke's on you. You got me. It's a possibility that our rate rises can cause a recession. I think he's well aware of that. I pay my entire lease up front because then I don't have to disclose my earnings to landlords. That's a different story. Why did Bob Smith think we'd run today? I don't know. I'm not Bob Smith. Have you ever been to Wales? When I was a child, for like a day. I added a lyric to Full Bowl. You can't. You can't add lyrics to it, Maeve Potter. I see the purple nurple lyric. What's been the funniest thing that happened in Discord since you started this thing? Thanks for all you do. Here's to another 7 months. Oh, the funniest thing that's happened in Discord. Good question. I don't know. There's been a lot of funny moments. I mean, Frag always said the funniest things, but yeah, landlords are pretty look the other way when you pay them 2 years worth of cash. Yeah, right? Just, here's your money. Fuck off. I'll call you if I need you. It's a great arrangement. JPass says they will indeed sell the MBS they bought in the future and will be transparent about it. Well, how exciting. How long do you expect the relief rally to continue? Hmm, it could continue throughout the rest of this week. There's not too much economic data. My Tesla calls are still going up, so that's cool. Actually, all my calls are still going up, except fucking Caterpillar. When you pay your lease up front, do they give you a discount? Sometimes you can get one, yeah. You can negotiate for it. Portfolios are red, resistance is blue. I'm gonna buy weeklies while thinking of you. Thanks. When you muted shids and farts, I mean, people having mental breakdowns isn't generally funny. Of course I fucking didn't. 1337 gaming. Is Freg done spawning? I worry that he won't be able to make OPEX party with 10,000 kids. It's difficult. I mean, he just needs to get away, right? It's not really about the spawning or the kids. It's just hard to break away. One's always awake. You know, it's hard to find a moment for yourself. The Louvre unionizing was pretty good. That was kind of funny. Brendan Ellis Fun Adventures. Thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon. What happened to Imposter Frag from yesterday? You mean Leo Berto? I haven't decided what his fate will be. He's done it before, too. He's pretended to be Frag in the past. Did you know about JPOW testifying today? Yeah. I talked about it in the daily yesterday, I think. Right? Yeah, I did. You talk about the decrease in VN overnight. What about it? It's not really relevant. How'd you get into trading? Was there a book you read early on that helped you? I mean, the first book that I read on trading was, well, that's tough. I mean, I read Securities Analysis and Intelligent Investor like long before I ever started trading. But I guess those aren't really about trading. They're more about investment. Um I think the first book I really like got into on trading was Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets. But that's not so much why I got into it. I got into it because old professor of mine recommended that I give it a shot. And it was something I'd thought about doing for a long time anyway. Does Frank have to buy all weeklies far out of the money to get enough payout to feed his children? Do we need to start a fund me for him? I mean, Freg is poor, but he is also rich. I have no idea, Josh. Hmm. Do you have a target for GME today? Not really. I'll be happy if it keeps going up. That'd be cool. I just hate that you caved so quickly and didn't use any of our protest cards we were working on. Yeah, it was just something I didn't want to deal with at the time. She saw the book's thickness and said, "This is ridiculous." And then she ended with, "Now go make me some money." I have four, and after a while, they act as their own form of birth control. Can't make more if you can't get a moment alone with the wife. Fair. Which makes you wonder how people, 80 years ago had like 17 children. They just didn't care. Just like tell the kids, like, "Hey, what the fuck are you looking at? Turn around." Strumming Max Payne with his fingers. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm too tired for this shit today. Have we seen this sort of price action before? Low volume, then heavy covering Thursday, Friday? Not really. But each OPEX is unique. Each one is special. Singing big bups with his words. Killing us softly with his song. Killing us softly with his song. Soothing bear markets with his words. Killing us softly. Is a professor recommending someone to trade like when a professor recommends someone in a bachelor's program try tech school instead? So my professor was at Goldman Sachs for like 12 years and he left and he wanted to start his own fund, but he didn't have sufficient capital. So him and his buddies got together and like pooled their money and started making like trades, like essentially day trading. I think eventually they moved into futures and commodities, but they used that to build up enough capital to start their own fund. Um, and he was like, yeah, just the institutional finance thing really wasn't for him. And so he found a way around it, or to be his own institution. I mean, in the end, he still ended up in that same field, but I guess at the top of the pack, instead of having to deal with like the nepotism and hierarchy of work starting at like a big fund. And me and him had kind of similar backgrounds. We both grew up pretty poor, and you know, entering the financial, like institutional finance without the support system in place is very difficult. And so, he was like, you should just, if you're seeing this much success making them money, just make the money for yourself, right? And instead of taking a commission, you get 100% of the profits. And that appealed to me. And at the time, I was really tired of working for other people. So a 12 million-ish volume we're looking for, possibly include Tuesday and today's volume. Or do you expect about 12 million in one day? I expect it to kind of come all at once. $191 a good entry on Cat? No. You can get it for less. I think I've missed a bunch of chat. How fucking far behind am I? Jfresh told me repeatedly not to buy $8 weeklies on Bobby. Smocks made me promise. Luna told me to get Theta. Hell, you urged me not to blow up my port again on shit calls. So I have no clue how I ended up with 48 Cs. Whoops. Hugs. You know exactly how you fucking ended up with them. You put in the order and bought them. If you build up a big enough portfolio of stocks, couldn't people just sell CCs as their job? Sure. Oh, OPEX Lore Master. Have we seen a day where it has little to no volume in the morning and then a ton of volume in the afternoon on a run? Sorry if you answered this already. Little to no volume in the morning. Oh yeah, that happens. That happens pretty often, actually. Dude, you're reading chats from yesterday. I know. Don't worry. It all like it gapped down. Every once in a while, the chat will just gap down and it just catches me up automatically. Are you concerned people can interpret your professor's frustration with nepotism at Goldman Sachs as anti-Semitism? I mean, my professor was Jewish, so that would be interesting. I don't know how that would work. I don't think it was due to anti-Semitism. I could be wrong. I sent this at 11:04 Eastern, so you're that far behind. But 510s are timeless. Thank you, Daniel Rock. Good to see you again. Seems like Ivy's getting crushed a little, yes. A little bit, yeah. Low volume will do that. Especially this is, I mean, our volume's super fucking low today. It's 11 o'clock. We've traded 840,000 volume. How large of a portfolio would you need to make 70K a year in covered call premiums? I think like the average return on capital is like 3% a week for covered calls, like 2 to 3%. You can make a lot more than that, but that's like the general average. Gap down catching up on chat, same like mailman throwing mail in a dumpster to catch up, pretty much. How long was Freg's Jedi training? Does he respawn with all that knowledge or start fresh? Um, I'm not sure, and I think he starts fresh every time. Fregs have very small brains; they can only store so much information at once. Is anti-Semitism a big thing in finance? I don't think so. Not to get all apey, but do you think there's any validity to the psyops notion of not letting it run on Friday into the weekend to prevent Monday FOMO? It ran last Friday. Yeah, GameStop's a bit of a different story, right? Because the IV is so high on the covered calls and Theta's so expensive. But the risk is much higher. How much capital did you start out with? I started out with a $25,000 trading account with like an additional 5K padding and then enough money to live off of for a year and a half, roughly. He's not invested in Jamie, but I've talked to him a lot about it. He's very bearish, like in the same way that Gaff is. So he's good to like bounce ideas off of, especially if I get overly bullish about things. Thanks, Wild Bill. Yeah, I mean, as far as advancement at a hedge fund goes, it's getting better, but it still helps if your family has a house in the Hamptons. My mom says hi. Tell your mom I said hi, Paul. Like $2.5 million need to live off covered call premiums. I can make more money off of a GIC. Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't really want to make money off covered call premiums, right? You'd want to make money off like selling CSPs or wheeling or something like that. Something with a much higher rate of return. Would you say this is covering or just following SPY? P.S. Have a good day, Greg. I think we're just following the SPY. I don't think we're seeing any covering today again. Not yet. We could into the latter half of the day, though. Especially with even more gamma exposure compounded now. Trading at this higher price point. If anything, it's probably reduced the next week's GEX. It's possible. Don't let those theoretical numbers get your hopes up off of living off 44,000. You still have to have that in equity and enough cash to absorb losses. Not every CC makes money, as most of you know. I mean, theoretically, every out of the money covered call should be profitable, right? Because otherwise, why would you sell a covered call at that strike? The problem is owning all the underlying. That's the shitty part about covered calls. Have you ever burned a portfolio? Thousands of paper accounts. Of course. I've never burned a real portfolio. Actually, that's not true. I burned one once. I had like 10,000 in it. I blew it up really fast. I think it was like my first Tasty Trades account. I wasn't in New York when I first started trading. But I don't know, I had about like a year's salary saved up, roughly. Is your professor relation platonic? Yeah. Do you expect halts when we run this cycle? Maybe. I mean, we could. The ask side's pretty illiquid, so maybe. Who should I do to get a job in finance? Well, Greenwich, they're just commuting to like Stamford, right? What's a GIC? Guaranteed investment contract? It's between like you and an insurance company? Or well, the investor in an insurance company. 850K? Ew. Yeah, volume's super low today. But I feel like that's the same kind of bullish that super low volume was yesterday. Are you still bullish on X? Less so, but I've averaged down enough that I don't care at this point. Does it do anything fun today? No. For not covering it, trading up makes it much more tolerable. Hmm. The fact that Express ran yesterday looked like OPEX covering give you more confidence that they won't kick the can on GME for June. I mean, I don't think they can kick the can on GME for June. It wasn't my first career choice. Yes, and I'm not gonna tell you. And then no, it wasn't. My first career choice was biology. Um, and then I realized that the time investment into becoming a doctor was not worth the money. And I always knew I'd be like more motivated by money than helping people. And so it seemed like being a doctor wouldn't be a good career for me. So I kind of switched lanes. Wild Shill Hickok, thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire, man. Philly exercising calls again? I don't know. I didn't see. Looks like it, yeah. More fucking FTDs. Bar rates coming up on IBKR. Oh, I paper traded for like almost 3 years before I ever traded any real capital. Paper route greater than selling BBBY covered calls. Well, you're back in now, Wild Chill. I used to work at UBS Warburg in Stanford. Myrna calls are underpriced. Interesting. It's 2 to 3% ROI per week. And then if you sell more theta, I mean, you can change the time frame there, but thanks, actually, I can. Season 23, episode 9 just leaked on TMZ. Looks like we're going to test 150 later in the day. Thanks, Vorname. Bastards. TMZ always one step ahead, you know? Would you be willing to share what percentage of your OPEX positions are in 950s? I have like 75 950 contracts. It's hold on, let me do the math here. It's a little more than 10% of what I've thrown in so far. They're up. How'd you have the patience to paper trade for 3 years before the real thing? Well, I had a real job. So, you know, sometimes I had to do things at my job. Rarely, but sometimes. And so having open positions during the day would have been hazardous. And that kind of helped keep me from putting real money on the table. And it was more of, I think it started off more of like more as like a game to me. Like it was just something I did to pass time during the day. Um and then, I got more and more serious about it as time went on, but um practice makes perfect. If I was going to quit my job, which paid pretty well, and do it full time, I had to make sure that I would make more money than I was making at the job I was already at, which required essentially no work. So I guess that's how. Is a bear market the worst time to get serious about trading? There's probably arguments both ways for that. Bear markets make billionaires. Bull markets just fill up retirement accounts. Please look at August 24th. Today seems very similar to me. Yes, it does. I've looked at August 24th 1,000 times. It is similar. August 4th was very low volume into the end of day dark pool dumps. When you do chase GME, do you chase with near the money weeklies or far out of the money volatility? It depends on where I expect the breakout to occur. It's not really chasing, right? I'm just trading the volatility peaks. Um, and it's based on like the range in between where we're trading at and the next upper resistance. If there's a lot of range, I'll trade like near the money weeklies. Um, if there's just a lot of volume, I'll trade like out of the money volatility plays. Is the Nope net options pricing effect indicator helpful or effective way to predict upcoming momentum in a stock? How would it be used? Is that on like TradingView? I've never used it. I'd imagine it operates off of delayed data. interesting. I'd have to dig more into that. I've never used it before. I'd imagine there'd be issues trying to trade on that signal with the delay in options data. But I'm not sure, it might be estimating options data instead of getting like a live feed, which would just make it less accurate than like the Greek neutrals that we use. If you have 500,000 worth of shares, it's like 10K low side a week. That seems pretty decent. I mean, that's a very risk averse return on investment, but yeah. If you took on more risk, you could obviously increase the return on like the ROI. Like something like GameStop would have a much higher ROI for covered calls. I cannot believe that AMD is trading at 85. I exited AMD from 82 to 92 the first quarter of 2021 to come here into GameStop. It's fair. I sold a bunch of it when it tested 140 and 120. When do you chase Jamie? Do you hold your delicious ice cream sandwich in your right or left hand while running, or in your mouth while waving your hands and mumbling, down boy, down boy? Usually I just try to hold it in my mouth. I need my hands for other things. So YouTube channel like paper trading? How am I an institution? That quote is very good advice, Botwiki Cream. The stock market is a tool for transferring money from the impatient to the patient. Sometimes it costs a lot of money to be patient, though. No problem, Sean. What if they halt us into close Thursday and Friday? Would they have until Monday to cover? Yeah, but who's not like going full port YOLO if we halt into close Thursday and Friday? Do you have access to a Bloomberg terminal? Yeah. What do you want from it? Like, I don't want to go to it. It's far away. I have to get on the subway. It's a bitch. I don't think there's anything on a Bloomberg terminal that we can't get. This flat action has got me so jacked that it's hard to put into words. As if spaghetti was flying out of the center of my areolas at supersonic speeds. Would you expect us to break up or down? Currently it looks like we're gonna break up, but maybe not for like another hour. Yeah, I'll check it out. It's interesting. It's kind of similar to what we're doing, so it might be useful in other ways. Can we take a moment to acknowledge how spot on this 143.47 resistance is? I'm very good at picking resistances. I don't know why. I've tried to explain it to Stefan, and for some reason, I don't know. Drawing support and resistances is like more art than science sometimes. It just takes a lot of practice. You'll get good at it eventually. Do you think of Disney as a long-term play? I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of Disney right now. I don't want to dig into their financials enough to really give you a good answer, but um, I think they're going to have issues with their cruise division being out of commission for so long and park revenues being down for such an extended period of time. And I don't think their streaming service and IP rights are going to be enough to make up for that. Uh, and that's, that's going to haunt them for a few years. Velvet Jupiter, hype. Thanks, dude. Resistance sense is something you acquire through the power of pickles. What do MMs want to cover early to avoid gamma next week? I don't think they care. If they have the opportunity to cover at a cheaper price, they'll just wait, right? If you look at the August 24th to compare, it looks like we're stuck on top of the resistance and hedges are suppressing for final weekly scare while they pile in. Yeah, it's possible. I was telling the guys like in the quant cord the other night, sometimes it feels like we understand from the data, that these covering events benefit them. Like even to the extent that like normally very bearish, financial news networks start publishing um like bullish GME information right before OPEX. Like the week of OPEX settlement, you'll start to see like Motley Fool be like, "Oh, look at this, fucking triangle I drew on GameStop." Um Interesting. Anyway, and so like it benefits them, especially if they're short volatility, for us to pile in and drive volatility up, right? Um and if that's the case, I really wonder sometimes if they just hold off settlement so retail can fucking pile in. Like we've spent so much time thinking it's like us versus them. And really on these OPEX cycles, I feel like we're just on the same side of the fucking trade. And I wonder if that like that kind of assumed belief system is just false. Since it seems we're about to run, don't forget that your Pigeon Whale membership comes with a 10% discount on Pi-Fi CCs. Sign up now to lock in the price. Listen, Pong, we're not supposed to talk about the cover call discount. All right. You said you wouldn't say anything. Now all the Pigeon Whales are going to want one. Who's on the other side of the trade? Anyone long volatility? Or short gamma. Or just indexes and ETFs buying in because they don't give a shit. And it's not Citadel's the good guys. But in this moment, our interests are aligned with anybody taking on an entropy hedge, right? Well, maybe it's not them pulling out the new tricks. Yeah, the market makers probably aren't overly fond of this. Like the options market makers. Like they can make a lot of money off of it, but it's probably a big pain in the ass to deal with every quarter. I'd buy Pickle ETF over the RC ETF just for wider market exposure. Just FYI, in case you were planning something. I can't find a single mainstream stock that's outperformed GME since late January. Can you? DDS? EPAM? Yeah, actually, EPAM tanked in Fab, right? This is a little early. I'm sure I could find something. GameStop's down since the beginning of the year, right? Still. Yeah, on 1-3, we were trading at like $150. Occidental Petroleum. ExxonMobil. Like, I want to be bullish with you right there, but that's just not accurate. Any chance they're both long and short volatility? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, technically, that's exactly what happens, right? Where does BlackRock sit on those entropy hedges? I don't know if BlackRock really has any involvement whatsoever. They just own GameStop and ETFs, right? Ooh, nice volume spike. Maybe a straddle? Do you expect some more market volatility once Powell finishes up? Maybe, yeah. Is a billionaire subscription tax deductible? I guess if you can make an argument for it. I'm not like an accredited educational institution, so not in that way. How dare you introduce nuance and complexity into an us versus them narrative? What a shilly shillerson. I found a hotel in Georgia, the country, that costs 200 a night and has a Linnea Mini in each room. Worth it. How good is your accountant? Was it profitable for them from the start? Oh no. I still think that what happened in January was just a confluence of positions. Like I don't think anybody realized how fucking stupid short Melvin was on stuff. And that really fucked over larger positions. They managed it, but I think it was a surprise. Citadel's the DMM, but they're not the options market maker. Wolverine Trading is GameStop's options market maker. I don't know how much of that is true because there is a part of this that, you know, indicates that there is a position trapped as well, right? So it's either, there's a position trapped or it's simply, profiting off of buy and hold. I mean, either way, our interests on the runs and on the downside are aligned with larger institutions. Ooh, broke down. Well, we broke down. It's, we did a dippy. Was Powell done talking? Cat and Jimmy, the most consistent and profitable options plays that you know of right now. Uh, Visa's pretty consistent. EPAM's been pretty good when I can get fills. Mm, yeah, for consistency, not necessarily the most profitable ones. Would you add Jan 950s with the recent crush? They're kind of outside of the price range I'm willing to pay for them. Ivy would have to crush pretty hard. We're not drilling. We're fucking down like $2. Relax. Yeah, I think we're just tracking the SPY. If you had to choose one options account, which one? Fuck. Um, Probably IBKR. $12.69, silky smooth cerebral Dan. $12.69. Large moves like this generally spike implied volatility. Is this inverse MOASS? No. TRS is working. You expecting cat to move big up again soon? I mean, it's undervalued right now. I don't know when it will. That's the problem. But, and it can also move down into like the 185 range before we see a bounce. There's some support in this range, but not a lot, right? Like, there's like some here. So I think a move down to like the 185 support is far more likely. This is a terrible chart of cat, but I have a better one on my other on TradingView, but it is a chart. Oop. I love IBKR. Now if I could only find out how to make money. It generally just takes being right and being early. I don't know if they're going to cover today. So, no, I don't necessarily expect upside due to covering. I think I found the problem. We're under 1K likes. Are we? I don't know if that's true. No, we're at 1,000 likes. There's like a shitload of people in here today. When they cover the basket, will IWM see VUPs? Not necessarily. They charge for real-time quotes. I mean, yeah, they do. But their quotes are good. WeBull charges for real-time quotes too. Cat is all I ever think about. When I think about cat calls, it's such a better thing than women. Am I right? Okay. JPL said they will not take 100 BPS hikes off the table. Ooh. That's fucking spicy. Hmm. Drywall up 14%. Insulation's up 40%. I mean, what comes after inflation is not fun either. I don't think Deer is a similar play. Deer's got a lot of issues right now, especially with like the big push for like right to repair. Cat makes all its money off of equipment rentals. Um which yeah, is pretty profitable. And those contracts are in place, so their earnings remain very strong. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much knowledge have you of the market mechanics rabbit hole? Oh, probably like a 1. There's definitely, I mean, outside of like what affects GameStop, there's so many other market mechanics that I have never even touched on. I think to assume I know more than that would be foolish. I think anybody that tells you they know more than that's a fucking liar. I think it's funny how hard the SPY turned around this morning after the looming threat of global thermal nuclear war. P.S. Did you see the articles speculating that Putin has terminal illness? Yeah. I still think he's just doing a thing. Nice, Sun Devil Rogue. In Canada, there's also rules that equipment can only be X years old. So it's a constant buying of new large equipment. Interesting. I wonder why that is. That seems wasteful. Has GM moved up? Yeah, it moved up $9 since yesterday. No, you just bought shitty calls, Moonwind. All my calls are green with the exception of like 15 July 500s. All your calls are red because you're a garbage trader. It's okay. You can admit it to everyone. Moonwind is not poor. Doesn't have anything to do with OPEX. Weekly's got wrecked. Running this late is smart to bleed off capital off retail. Yeah. Weeklies were a terrible idea right from the get-go. People don't like being told that, especially when they're FOMOing into weeklies, though. Earlier this month, they dropped the price 2% in 5 minutes before covering the stock like crazy. Can people please stop freaking out over a dip for ants? I mean, we didn't even like fall back through resistance, right? This isn't very impressive at all. Ban the trader of garbage. Noted, Roaring Kitty. You can tell Moonwind is rich because he's full of himself yet craves attention and validation. Yeah. I mean, you sold your calls, so you did exactly what they want you to do, and now we can run. Thank God. All we need is Moonwind to sell covered calls like halfway through the day tomorrow, and then we can go up, right? I'm not rich, FUD. I already have sold CCs. Yeah, but they're too far dated. Any reason you don't just go full bore into Pickles picks? Oh, because he's not a member. The last time he became a member, I just didn't do Pickles picks for like 2 weeks. Our in the money weeklies, a good OPEX strategy for leverage. Hmm. Risky because you can lose delta value in them very quickly. Like they can, if you'd bought like 142s 5 minutes ago, you'd now be out of the money and your fucking calls would be worthless. This kind of just reminds me of yesterday. Jesus, we're only at 1 million volume so far. Something I wanted to. Back to watching Jimmy not moon. Thanks. No problem, man. Only 9 minutes until 12:69. We're getting there. Is the price action bullish? Yeah, I mean, we're still green, right? Do you watch Last Week Tonight? No. I don't like pundits. Today's price action equals incredible. I don't know if I'd call anything about today incredible. What would it take to get the angry banana out of retirement? If we break resistance? I don't think they've covered. I don't think they've covered shit this week. You watch The Boys? Yeah, I've seen it. I'm not gonna watch the new season till it's all out though, because it's just I hate doing that. I don't want to. I don't want to wait for the next episode like a fucking TV show. What's the catalyst to causing GME to squeeze? Split dividend? Split dividend could be one. The synthetic shorts cover every quarter. Then they make new ones. Where's Gaff? I don't know. You know it's coming soon. You just don't know the exact time it starts. God, fucking coffee did nothing for me this morning. Looking for my entry on small amount of weekly gambles. Buy during power hour today if it stays flat, or wait till market open to save on theta. An after hours run would be my concern. I mean, you're gonna burn a lot of theta between market close today and market open tomorrow, unless it runs in after hours. Were there no more shares to buy for a company? Does the stock have to split? I mean, they don't have to, but companies' value is in their liquidity and ability to attract new investors. So, you know, they will create liquidity. Hitbox, same as cheating? No. Right? If you look at the August 24th price action, it seems similar. It is similar. I don't need to look at it. I've already seen it. If no run by Friday morning, are you going to gamble on some zero GTEs at open? Maybe. Yeah, the options flow is pretty bullish. Although I think we're seeing some selling of calls right now. Like I said, retail's very skittish with their shitty fucking weekly calls. Yeah. So positive net delta just at like 1150, just hit neutral. But net delta's been pretty positive all day. 81.2% of our volume traded today has been options delta. So no covering. Or at least only 20% of our volume could be covering. And this looks like sold calls, mostly June 24 150 Cs and July 15th 200s. Some people are shedding. Some bot puts, not a lot of them, but some. Looks like institutional interest is extremely bullish, though. Betting on deltas 10-20% out of the money. 10-30 DTE. All the negative deltas from weeklies. Fucking useless calls. So they're just burning weeklies and going long fucking July 15s. It's just institutional call interest, but sure, it's bullish. Did they add July 15 150 250 strike today? Yesterday. Can you do a video on how you set up your market chameleon for monitoring Jamie and what's what? Even if it's impromptu, one sitting recording would be massively helpful. Absolutely not. A, they don't pay me to make videos about their platform. B, I'm not really supposed to share their platform publicly. C, yeah, that's it. Just A and B. D? Well, fair enough. Yeah, Ivy's been crushing a little bit all day. Not a lot, but a little. OPEX hasn't happened yet, you dumb fuck. Jesus Christ, Moon. You know perfectly well they have a holiday deferral. 110cc safe? I mean, it's a very trash win. Well played. I know they're risky investments in the short term, but what's your opinion on rocket companies? As a 2 to 3 year investment, or even playing the downside? I know nothing about them. Um, yeah. Everyone knows that people are going to be priced out of the mortgage market and that we're headed for a recession. That's not like news. What do you think about a bunch of firms downgrading their BBBY price targets? If you care what firms target the price of the stock you're buying at, you probably shouldn't be investing. You're better off putting your money in ETFs. Visceral for mod, ban trash win. The OPEX thesis is invalid. I'm the best trader of our generation. Pay attention to me. You're getting all the things you want, trash. Moonwind's like the recurring character on your favorite sitcom who the writers bring back when they can't think of any new storylines. Sometimes, yeah. Why is Rad overperforming? Who the fuck knows? Wow. It's having a good day. Interesting. Gonna act like Moon? You're gonna get treated like Moon? Someone said Lenixis has closed his position and he's out. See you in August. Good for him. That fucking 15 hours of holding must have been rough. Is covering period fails to live up to our expectations? Where would you look for an explanation? Any leads as of now? No, because the time for it to be realized has not yet passed. It's in their terms of service, Stefan. Since when is Moon anti-OPEX? He's just being bitchy and whiny. Weeklies are not dropping in value despite us doing nothing. Bullish. Sure. No, Hand's still around. What do you think about Lenixis's price target and his recent trading view post? I can't emphasize how little I care. What do you think of him? You like him? This drop into IV Crush is such a crotch kick. It's a low delta weekly holders. Yeah, that's why I didn't buy any of those. I honestly don't understand how people get so fuddy when they're still green and they have 2 more days to cover. It's like this every time. The psychology of this anti-tip is so obvious. It really is. It's actually just boring. They covered May OPEX in May. Dicky Dongus. Not everyone got good entries because of fear. Of course, people are fearful. I mean, I guess. It's okay. Institutions are going long as fuck. That's what I was missing this whole time. Intense fear by longs. Now this feels right. Doesn't it? It's so much more bullish now. I can feel the horns coming out. Oh, they're well aware of the psychology of it. How do you know institutions are going long? Because we can see them buying calls. And it's not really shorts that cause, well, it is, but is it sustainable? Yeah, it's profitable even. How bullish on BBBY are you? Moderately. It has interesting potential. How do you know that it's institutions and it isn't me? You don't have that much money? I actually don't know. Maybe you do. Are you Elon Musk? Some of you guys shouldn't be buying calls. If you guys are this worried about boring price action, they have time and you should have bought further out. Yeah. This is DFE rolling discovered calls. Do we have new entropy data? No. They hedged for entropy like last week before last. Well, a little bit last week too. Is there a stock you would wheel options on that isn't affected by meme hedge funds? Apple? Is it possible for them not to cover gamma exposure from Friday? Yeah, if the price drops to a price lower than that exposure was created at. It hasn't done that yet. We keep going up. Are the cycles that have been identified to you turning into a massive 2-year bull flag formation? No, because that's not a real thing. Is there consolidation in them? Yes. Sort of. Discord funnier than Mad Money. Lots of October 300p sold. Thoughts? Could be more entropy hedge. Could be like a bull put spread. I'd have to see the order. I just want to see it on GME. I don't care about XRT, right? Like the overlay. Yeah, that looks good. I mean, the problem with this though is that XRT is not the only ETF that they use creation in. Can we do GME versus like the 108 ETFs it's contained in? We safely say that if we close green today, we at least have a GEX run tomorrow. I mean, if we close above like 126 today, we should have a GEX run tomorrow or Friday. IJH looks very good. Yeah, I mean, back to the Discord. I got banned once for saying I was going to sell a CC. But seriously? That can't be accurate. Uh, what's your fucking Discord username? Moonwin, you've never been banned and you've sold CCs the whole time. I told you a couple times. His username is Monster Buddy 23. Just Derp, just message me over on Reddit if you don't want to share it publicly, because I can't remember. Usually you've got to do something pretty fucked up to get banned. All right. But sometimes I just ban people I don't like. Because I can do that. I got banned for no reason. I doubt it. Impersonating Frag was pretty fucked up. I'm still thinking about that one. Oh, God. Callum, thank you for becoming a billionaire, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510.
Hit me up on the Discord, dude. I'll get you added after the stream. I wonder into the poor channel on Discord. If you get banned compared to all the garbage said in there, you definitely earned it. Let me back in. I just want to lurk. Nah. Why? When were you banned? I don't even know why you were banned. Time me out. All right, Carl. Shid's got banned because he's a nut job and stupid. I'm not unbanning him. Yeah, everything looks very bullish. Jeff the Poor, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire again, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Weekly calls, same like infinite money glitch? No. Who's next? iTines? No, he hasn't done anything. I wonder which mod has an itchy band trigger finger. I mean, Carl. It's Carl. Any price targets for Spy 7-1 based on Mauer's DD on JPM color is a 40 call, 4,000 call? Too far out of the money? 40? 400? Yeah, 400 is kind of risky. Since price action is so boring, can you play the clip of you reading his insane rambling Ko-Fi message? No. That's the second commandment. Thou shalt not reverse Discord bans. If anything, I've tried to make them more permanent over time. Kirk banned me from Superstock. You probably deserved it. Joke's on you. If you ban me, just make another account and resub to Tillionaire. I think there's a chance weeklies go 100x on Friday if they concentrate covering OPEX obligations to the last possible moment. I don't know if they're going to go 100x, but they could go up, yes. Just woke up from a nap. Price alerts didn't go off. Just tell your BlackRock buddies to cover already. I want to go back to sleep. They like it when you wait. The edging, like Larry specifically, gets really turned on by edging you. It's his second favorite thing next to having his feet pummiced. But that's Gaff's job this week, so I don't have to worry about it. Garrick, why won't you just tell us all of the guaranteed 100x plays? Because even if the contract 100x, you people would still find a way to fucking lose money on it. Are we about to take off? What do I mean by you people? It's the royal you. Especially you, Moonwind. More than anybody else. Finally, I feel seen. This EMA is looking spicy. Did you ever visit the Discord banned prisoner list to reminisce? No. I let people get away with an unbelievable amount of shit on the Discord and generally only egg it on. So you've really got to do something fucked up or really piss me off for me to ban you. And if you've gone that far, I'm not going to give you a reason. I'm not going to fucking let you back in. You're just done. You're dead to me. Find somewhere else to be, right? That's what I don't understand is like people are like, let me back in. Why? Or the people who get really pissy about being banned, like they had a right to be there in the first place. That's my second favorite. What's the current out of the money call with the highest OI? Probably Jan 950s. There's like 30,000 of those or something. You still didn't tell innocent Ingrid, you didn't tell me the budget for the fucking espresso machine. Craig? Sam like Frag? No. No, no, no. Black Sean is not banned. I'm hiding in the bathroom at work. Thank you for making yourself available to us, Garrick. 99.9% of us would just fuck off if we had your port. I think about it sometimes. Change your new member spiel to hit me up after the stream and I'll let you into the country club once. Cat getting wrecked. I said you could buy it for cheaper. Like 2 hours ago. Far more open interest in the 950s. They use them to hedge volatility. YouTube made me re-up Billionaire. Now I have a 7-month milestone. Get it together. Anyways, let's fucking go. Thanks, Wild Shill Hickok. I appreciate it. Girk, does Mia Khalifa still hold her GameStop shares? I don't know. Why would I know that? Where did you spend the £1.50 donation I made to you last August? I don't know. Maybe I bought like a roll of paper towels with it or something. Kirk's wealth targets are so much higher. He really is the greediest of us. I mean, yeah, I'm pretty fucking greedy. I don't know if I'm the greediest, but... Thanks, Dan K. When Twitch stream? I haven't done that in a while. I don't know. There's like no games I want to play right now, really. Yeah, I haven't even been playing TFT very much right now. Who's Black Sean? He's the event coordinator. Morbius for mod. Okay, that was you're just reaching too far, Silence. Well, I mean, it sure as shit looks like they're not covering today, Canuck. Canuck? Hmm. Play Cooking Mama? Same like Mo Money. Wood School Stock Wheeling Edition. Not for a long time. The new TFT set is very boring to me. I actually like it. I'm just like kind of caught up with other stuff right now. It's only 100K to max out a tune. Yeah, no, I'll pass. It's theta too high on 155.71 calls. Mm, I wouldn't be a fan of those just yet. They're sort of in the range of call I'm considering for 7-1 purchases. But I wouldn't buy them right now. Money will not buy you happiness, but it is much more comfortable to cry in a Mercedes Benz than on a bicycle. Keep up the good work, Greedy Gurk, Riku. Thank you so much, Carbon Based. Riku to you too. If Pauly Shore is still in GME, so am I. I mean, he must be, right? Are you still letting him play on the cotillion? Of course. After this OPEX, you said you would sell cover calls. How close to the money? Usually sell at the top after an OPEX run. I mean, I'm probably going to sell them in the money at the top after the run is done. Will New York survive in a food shortage? I mean, I will. I have 2 industrial sized freezers in my apartment. Are they filled with dismembered bodies? No, just snacks from Costco and Trader Joe's. Well, one of them's almost entirely full of Trader Joe's ice cream sandwiches. Are you attending NFT in New York City? No? Good to know, Segan. How did you get those freezers? I bought them on the internet. I wouldn't lead with the industrial freezers line on a date. They add a nice conversation piece to, Netflix and chill moments. Like, what's that? Oh, those are industrial freezers. And they're like, what are those for? Food. You know, a lot of my apartment is very serial killer-esque, and I would personally never enter it. But other people don't seem to be so worried about that. Like if I walked into a New York City apartment that had a UV light over the front door and two industrial sized freezers, I would get the fuck out of there quick. Um yeah, because of the implication. Netflix and freeze. Kenak, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah.
There's a tarp by the front door in the hallway and a UV light. The UV light's for killing COVID. There's 4 of them. They're on the wall. They kind of shine down like this. For sanitizing things. Not germophobia, just a very dirty city. But if you have a New York City apartment that can fit 2 freezers, it's worth the risk for some. Fair enough. I thought licking toilets killed COVID. No. Yeah, it's pretty much full of ice cream sandwiches. Can you get a tan with it? I don't think you're supposed to stand in front of them for that long. Women tend not to care about that stuff when you're paying them. Pay anybody. I won't even buy weeklies. Think about that for a minute. Stop flexing about how you can afford electricity bills for UV lights after selling us all your covered calls. You bought them all, JC. I didn't even have any left by the time you were done. What's your rent in New York? Like 3,600 a month? Or well, it's 35 right now. It goes up to 36 soon. End of this month? No. End of next month, I think it moves up. I do have a HEPA air filter. It's right there. But that's for the allergies. And the white noise. You were going to be 100% responsible for the Trader Joe's ice cream sandwich shortage. I'm okay with that. That's a 4K square foot house by me. I believe that. Only 3,600 in Manhattan? Are you living under a bridge? It's pretty bad. Buy and hold Trader Joe's ice cream sandwiches. Yeah, they don't expire for like another year and a half. So, what's your food budget monthly? I don't know. Like, I usually spend like about like $1,200 to $1,500 a month on food. It'd be less if I didn't order out all the time, but of course I offer them an ice cream sandwich. You develop a way to have certainty whether an OPEX run will happen. No. I mean, no more than we already have. Do you plan on getting a GameStop crypto wallet? No, not currently. I already have those. Why? I don't need another one. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm gonna fucking break into my ice cream stash. Give me. You shouldn't have to, Jeff. If you're already paired, it should just auto connect. Is it foolish to use a trailing stop? I mean, no. Is there a chance of leaving money on the table? Of course. But if you can't watch your calls, especially, then it's very, very valuable downside protection. I do have a dishwasher. How many closets? 5. Windows. 6. Wait a minute. I thought you DRS'd all of your ice cream sandwiches. How else could I ensure that they're mine? How many previous OPEX runs have started around 1269? More than one? How many bidets? 2. Hmm. But only one nice one. This isn't an ice cream sandwich. I wasn't in the mood for one. I have magnets on my refrigerator. I don't know about the other appliances. Were you ever a fan of Pokemon when I was like 13? 14? 14? I wasn't very cool in high school. I was much younger than everyone in my high school. So it was harder to fit in. Where's your pet wasp? I killed it. Me too. Were you a fall birthday? I mean, yes. And then also I was 2 years younger than everyone. Are you Doogie Howser? I didn't say I was in medical school when I was a teenager. I skipped 5th grade after I came back from England. And then I skipped 8th grade. Not so much skipped, I was homeschooled. And then I went to private school. And then when I went back to like the New York City public school system, I tested back in and they placed me in high school, but I should have been in 8th grade. No, it's not really that I was a genius. It's just that the admission tests are just easy, and that's all. I didn't have perfect SAT scores. I got a 1580. Which isn't the same as it is now. I think they changed the way stats or the stats are graded. Out of 1600? Yeah, but like it's not perfect. No, OPEX isn't dead. It's not like you even understand the mechanics behind what would cause OPEX move. I was homeschooled too for a while. You know, JFresh, when your wife dresses up like a teacher and puts you in timeout, that's not homeschooling, right? How far into next week do you think the run will spill? T+2. Did you do prep? No, my mom bought me like a study book, but I only pretended to do like the practice tests. I don't think you understand that your score is literally Ivy League levels of good. Not, no, I know it is. Can you please look at CRSP? Sold some CC for July at 70. Oh, you're afraid you're going to get assigned on them by July? Yeah, I'd be fucking careful. If you have a chance to get out, maybe take it, wait, and reposition. Today's not a good day for it, but a move back up to 70 is not so far out of reach. Like, I'm not saying it's going to return to like the prices it was at, you know, back in like August and November, but it could definitely move back up into 70 and you could get assigned. Well, the pro of getting assigned is if you sell your shares for more than you bought them for, right? The con would be selling them for less than you bought them for. Or losing long-term holdings in something that you plan to hold for a long period of time. You get assigned by having the call you sold be in the money. It was 2,400 points a decade ago. It's out of 1,600 now. It was out of 1,600 then when I took it. It was just math and critical reading, and they scored from 2 to 800 points per section. I think they changed it in like 05 or 06. $2,006. Assignment the market maker. Well, it means that the person you sold the contract to exercises their right to execute the contract. EMA is getting really tight. $1,580 out of 1,600 if he did the math and reading. Source me, former college admissions counselor. They changed it to 1,600 in 2016, not 2006. No, before 2006, it was 1,600 points. It was only 2 sections. You're wrong. I was in high school then, too. They added writing later for 800 more. Yeah, I don't know. Ours was only 2 parts. If you don't believe it, just Google it. Sure. Before 2005, the SAT included math and critical thinking sections that were both scored from 200 to 800. This meant that the highest SAT score possible was 1600. However, the College Board radically changed the SAT for the 2005 through 2006 academic year. A writing section scored from 2 to 800 points, with grammar questions, and an essay was added to the revamped SAT. From 2005 through 2016, the highest SAT score attainable was 2400. Most testative coaches took this version of the SAT, which also featured updated content and new types of questions. In 2016, the College Board relaunched the newest version of the SAT. The current test features new content and revised format. There are currently 4 sections: the reading, writing and language, and math, and an optional essay. For scoring purposes, the first 2 sections are combined into evidence-based reading and writing. Math and evidence-based reading and writing are scored on a scale of 2 to 800. The essay is scored separately from the 2 main sections, so 1600 is now, again, the highest possible SAT score. Don't argue with me. EMA is converging bullish. It's not bearish, depending on how they're converging. If the faster averages are moving up, it's bullish. Can you check Delta Flow today? It was overwhelmingly positive earlier. It is now slightly negative. The shift point was at about 1150. Aren't you both right? Yeah, but I'm being told I'm wrong. Is this what we want? Low volume, no real movement, building pressure for Friday. It seems like they're trying to shake all the weeklies with theta decay. Thoughts? Why not? Market maker makes more money if they don't cover now. Every call sold today is extra money in their pocket, right? Did you see Dork's entropy chart? He thinks covering this afternoon or tomorrow. Yeah, I saw. I agree. How could you both be right? Because there was a period of time where the SAT was scored differently from 2005 to 2016. Did you get censored again, BMG? It's just like high school. Nobody gives a flying fuck about the SATs. Oh, I don't care about the SATs at all. I care about the information and its accuracy. You said a 1550 before 2016 was below 50th percentile. That's when the argument started. I don't care about the sat. I care about being right. Yeah. And what you meant to say was from 2005 to 2016, a score of 1550 was below 50th percentile. All right, it's time. Did your money clear, turd? Or is it just time to go up? Okay, that's just amazing. It's time for big ups. The basket is running. Cool. Get full bull ready to play. Oh, we've got $9 more to go. How do I explain Freg's Day to my accountant? Say, what's the best way to deduct this loss? Your knit pasties still on? Mine are and ready. Yeah. Remember, guys, if you're going for a run, lube up your thighs and protect your nipples. The right accountant will have first person experience of Freg's Day. I just get generally angry at people. I don't like people. I mean, you can write off 3K every year forever. True. Well, as long as you live. Using calls to offset tax obligations. I don't have any videos or links on it. I'm not a CPA. That's not true. Freg's the only person I like. And he's not even a person, he's a frog. Freg's Day will be known as the write-off I passed down through generations. No, the market's moving up too. Probably both. I'm still not seeing volume move up though, which I don't like. Turd. I go outside. I went outside this weekend. Not only did I go outside, I associated with people. And do you know what I got for it? A cut on my nose and a bump. And a sunburn on only my left arm. Please draw a big, veiny steroid cow. No. Thank you, Jason. You could just buy movers for them. No, I'm pretty cheap. I got 5 White Claws. I was barely hydrated. Tell us the story of Frag as if you were Palpatine telling his new apprentice. No. What's your prediction on Bobby? Oh, I think it won't break $10, and I'll have to roll forward my August calls to January. If it breaks $10, then I make a lot of money. What if they already covered? When? You really don't know how this works, do you? I'm not talking to you anymore today, Smooth. The dislikes have increased. We might move up soon. Awesome. IV30 BBY, despite down use in the past 2-3 months, has an IV30 of 185. And the price capped up to double its price. How? Why is the IV so high? Oh, because there's shitloads of like long call interest. There was nothing else to drink. Not even water. Gonna be like Feb? I mean, same deferral schedule. Or they change the rules again tomorrow? The high volume 2 weeks ago was just May OPEX. It was 3 weeks ago, but happy belated Father's Day. For my 12-month, because these are one behind, would you play me the Gregorian chant song and stare into the camera and give us some ASMR voice? Riku. Interesting. 12 months. I'll give you the chant. But I don't want to stare into the camera right now because the light's all bright. But I will give you a Riku. Hold on. I have to find the Gregorian chat. I don't have these things well organized anymore. There we go. No, I'm not evicting my friend. Someone just tried barging into my apartment, but the door was locked. Interesting. Are they drunk? The real friends are the ones we evict along the way. I got my tooth fixed. I look great, but I'm still poor. Why did you make me poor, Gurk? I didn't. I think you started off that way. I mean, you know, the business of being an alarm clock isn't a great job. Like, you don't want to make a career out of it. It's just something to bridge the gap while you get your education. Does our price look the same as June 16, 17 consolidation? After that, we went 140. Went to 140. Sure. Most of our days look fairly similar. There's either active fund pressure or there isn't, and then there's covering or there isn't. And that's really the only, we only have like 3 kinds of days where we move up. Susquehanna's coming for you. Tell me something I want to hear. They have until tomorrow. Well, Friday, technically. Yeah, I mean, this is still, it's just like a repeat of yesterday, right? Low volume green day. We're not up as much, though. That's quick. Don't you fucking dare DM me a video, Darth. Tomorrow for Gex covering there, right? Friday for OPEX covering? No, Friday morning for both. One isn't affected by the FINRA deferral. The other is. Quick, someone send him a chart with no explanation. Don't worry, Turd. Dork's got you covered. Ooh, interesting. In March we ran so early. In March we ran on Tuesday, which was T+2. Do you feel any less hyped today than you did at the beginning of the week? No. Just wish I could fast forward to tomorrow. Gex. They don't need to internalize it. They have a delayed settlement because of the holiday. We're gonna gap down to Vega neutral here. That'd be a hell of a move. Repeat of the Feb halt. We've had a bunch of halts this year. We had halts in March. We had halts in during the April like ETF FTD period. Didn't we have a halt for May OPEX also? I think we did. The price is kind of high. It's harder to halt at this price. You feel like today is dead? I mean, I don't know. We could see covering into the latter half of today, but it looks like we're just gonna trade in this range. The volume's still just non-existent, right? We're at 1.4 million for today. This is like half of what we were at yesterday. Liquidity is drying up. Is this an intraday cup and handle? No. This is an intraday half pipe gherkin at 23. Ah, turd. I think almost all of our volume today is just from the buying and selling of calls. What are we at percentage wise? 84% of today's volume is just delta hedging. Which means shares traded outside of delta hedging, or hold on. $380,000. So only 380,000 shares traded today, like actual shares outside of the delta hedging. I mean, we've got a crack. Maybe this is like an yeah, maybe intraday butt cheeks. That's a real rounded bottom. How did Dix look this morning? A little bit down from yesterday, but it was weird. Like it actually went up into the early part of yesterday, and then, it went down in the early part of yesterday, and then started climbing back up into the end. So like internalization, they were like letting off some pressure, like first thing in the morning, but just a little bit. So it declined and then started bouncing back up throughout the day, but it didn't move up a lot. I don't know how today's gonna end up. I could look. I don't know where that would be. Ah, here we go. Today's dark pool volume, so far it's at about 55%. Philly just bought a bunch of 624.80 to 160 calls. You guys keep saying boof, but I can't find this terminology anywhere in options as a strategic investment. Excellent. Look, if this is a double top, no. Philly doing big buys. Cool. We look fine, right? This is lovely. I think we'll be okay. You know what we can do? Let's get everyone really excited. Go back here. We'll just move that right there. And then we'll reduce by about 30%. There. No? chill. Why? I'm better at it. 6 to midnight. I mean, that's roughly what it should be, right? The only problem with that is FOMO is also reduced. So there's another percentage that needs taken off there that's not really predictable. You haven't missed the song because I haven't played it. If we breach 200, well, I think we need to break 203, don't we? But yes, I know. Shaquille O'Neal. What was the high on the copy and paste? Uh, it's like 210. After all these months, I just noticed the daily DD prompt. Options flow shown deep in the money calls bought every day for like the last 3 weeks. Jesus, call open interest is up 13% today? Fuck. We're about to fly. I hope so, Jared. Why do you sound upset about what? What am I upset about? I'm just indifferent. I'm just bored and I want the price to run so I can make fat tendies. Why does the 13% call interest make you say the F word? That's a lot. It's a big increase in call interest. Whole, like, across the chain, call interest is up 13%. Check DMs. What do you got for me, turd? Is it spicy? Or is it just... Ah, you son of a bitch. Yeah, this is the Philly exchange. They're buying, it's not just in the money calls. They're buying out of the money too. Two big rips. Fucking market maker is not going to want to hedge that. They spent all day not covering gamma exposure. They're not going to want to cover now. Based on the number of calls just purchased, GameStop should just be fucking mooning. But I don't think the market maker wants to hedge it. I think they'll hold it till tomorrow. I think Gex is going to spike again hard tonight. No, he didn't send me nudes. He just sent me the hero thing. Susquehanna getting on the rocket with us? Fucking gotta go long if you want to go short at the top. I mean, if they don't hedge, right? Now. Yeah, Gamma's gonna explode tonight. Fuck, Gamma's already high. Like, the amount of exposure they have on the sidelines is already high. Fucking market maker doesn't want to do shit right now. You see this, turd? How fucking ridiculous is this shit? Hedge the fucking calls, you bitches. Hedge them. What, the hero chart? Sure. Hold on. Do I have... Chrome? What's the TLDR for today so far? The market maker's just sitting on a big fat pile of fucking gamma exposure and not covering it. Do your fucking job, market maker, right? It's because I told you they don't want to cover it till the last minute. If there's any chance they can reduce the size of that exposure, they'll take it. And they don't have to cover shit until tomorrow, right? So why would they cover it early? They'll just let the asymmetric risk build up. This is how you know they're super in control of price action. Because generally a market maker wouldn't sit on $3 fucking billion worth of asymmetric risk, but I mean, OPEX runs always bleed into the following week. If they don't hedge, is this MOASS? No, it's not that much. Are they hedging puts appropriately? I don't know. There's not enough puts coming in to tell. Yes, I want to say they are. Do you spend 50%? I only keep 20% back. I have like 50%, 60% of what I was going to spend deployed. And then I save like the rest for like shorter term plays during the run. I mean, they can only cover after hours if the liquidity is available to cover in after hours. No, those in the money calls just get exercised as out of the money or in the money puts. So they buy it in the money call, then they get it in the money put, and they exercise it. Um, they exercise both, right? And that generates 200 volume, which clears FTDs. Big reversals. If they're doing it to satisfy reg show requirements, it's illegal. When you want something, all the universe conspires in helping you to achieve it. P. Coho, the alchemist? Interesting. Posty McPosterson. How you doing, by the way, Crest? Thank you. CCs are better to sell in the second peak. Safer, because you're less likely to get assigned overnight. Yeah, we could have a big feedback loop. So basically, since if actual buy pressure came in, this whole thing goes nuts with gamma. Yeah. It's their system. Is it really? I mean, it's illegal. Yeah. Well, against the rules. I guess it's not a criminal charge, but it's a civil violation. There's a penalty assessed automatically. But it's assessed per contract. It gets pricey. Good way to flip long illegally. Hmm. I mean, the market maker is just not hedging them, right? Hire Knave Gex tomorrow morning. I wish they lose their licenses after a certain number of strikes. Well, you'd have to admit guilt, and they don't do that. It's part of the settlement. Is no fault is admitted. Jesus, another free message. Have I really been here this long? Been years, man. Thanks for all you do. I don't get all of it, but I'm always thoroughly infotained. Bring back the perm. I think I need to go a little longer for the perm. My hair's not even down to my shoulders yet. And then when I do, I'm still not gonna get a perm. Does our price, DC, I went over this before. Our price action looks similar to a lot of days. It looks like August, like 24th. It looks like June 16th. It looks like March 7th, 18th, and 21st. These days always look the same. Would the cost basis per share be 20? It depends. Sometimes it's well, first of all, no. Wait, hold on. So if someone bought a 20cc and exercise it, yes, the shares would be 20. The cost basis on the shares would be 20 because the extra money you spent's the premium, right? You're still buying the shares at $20. If that's your question, I think it is. So you're trying to avoid a wash sale by buying an in the money call and exercising it? Why do people care about wash sales? Welp, Gork, I sold my contracts. We'll get them next time. Shh. I didn't. I just want to confuse the hedgies. Oh. Wink. Kirk told me that. Moass is coming tomorrow. Thanks, Knuckleballer. They bought 10 million worth of June 24 20s to watch FTDs. Why go that deep in the money? Cheaper than market price. Probably. It's a net zero profit trade, except for arbitrage. Yeah, they exercise them instantly. It'll still create gamma imbalance at the end of the day, though. Any chance we spike a tiny bit before end of day? Possibly. We're very much locked in this price range. If we break down below 140, I could see us climbing after like CNS closes, maybe. Is there a scenario where you would get 624 calls? No. Friday, if we're running, that might be it. Today is my Pi-Fi birthday. 1 year of tagging along with you. Learned a lot since then. To be honest, I hope I'm not still here in another year. Thanks, man. I appreciate it, Squatch. How do I DRS my options for OPEX? You can't security engineer. You can't DRS a derivative. Well, not that derivative. I think you can register warrants. How probable is no run till Friday? Friday is pretty slim. They really don't like doing that unless it's bad. Like really, really bad. Friday would be like a repeat. If they didn't run it till Friday, it would be like a repeat of Feb. Like 2021. Like that level of exposure. I don't think exposure is that high. I hate how effective their market psychology is. It's already causing me to panic about that loan I took out and dumped into weeklies. Are you sure it's them that's causing the panic? How much of your port do you keep in cash and boring stuff to use in emergencies? How do you decide when you should use it or just cut losses? Man, like, the number of variables in that question is just... I usually have about 40% of my total like net worth in cash and other shit. The other 60%'s in GameStop. Roughly. As far as my GameStop shares, I'm not super concerned with those. As far as like having free cash to protect them or anything. The call position, I mean, it's up. I have stops on it. Like I have automatic stops and IBKR that will like close contracts if we fall more than, 10% in less than 5 minutes, stuff like that. They'll just like auto stop. Conditional trades. I have stop losses on the WeBull options I have. So I'm not super concerned with my downside risk. All of my contracts are mostly still up with the exception of my July 500s. But that's because I bought those at a little bit elevated IV. Have we seen a halt into close on settlement date with GME to date? Yeah, February. February last year. How do I get a refund on my stock? I haven't used it yet. Oh, well, you can sell it. Philadelphia buying weekly out of the money calls. This has to mean something, right? Yeah, it could. Or it just means someone else at Philadelphia Exchange is bullish. It's interesting that they also buy out of the money. They don't usually. Because they're not gonna exercise out of the money calls, right? The in the money ones, we pretty much know what those are for. Would an exercise to sell be an effective counter if there were a halt into close that would otherwise render 0 DTEs worthless? Yes, it is, actually. Dunkston. Could those out of the money calls be sold for volatility? I mean, they could just be held for a run. Those are kind of a bullish bet. Bought out of the money calls are bullish, right? There's really no question about that positioning. It's kind of blatant. Help me, Girk. The Philly Exchange is starting to mirror my paper trading strategy. Don't worry. Yas always has an extra desk available, Dork, if you're looking for a new job. No one wants to live in Philly that long, so. Jesus fucking Christ. It's still climbing? What the fuck? Dude, look at the market maker's not hedging shit though. They're just not going to do anything until they have to. Would at the money weeklies be okay? I don't have capital for July 1st. But no. Weeklies are dangerous. They're terrible. If you're buying them, you're taking on a huge amount of risk and that they don't print. Or they don't print soon enough, which is even worse, right? Nothing like watching the stock run and you never hitting break even. What amount of RRP would make you turn your head? Literally none. They can max it out. I don't care. They raised the cap on it. It's not like as big a deal as people make it out to be. It's not a big deal at all. Institutions put their money there overnight because it pays to do that. Would you demo how you set up stop losses on an options trade? Sure. You take the price. So like say a stop loss on these 950s, right? I have my premium, my base premium, and then the current price is like 468, right? So like say 468 is, you know, that's where it's trading now, and I'm worried about downside risk. So I'd set a stop at like 450 and like a limit at like 425. If it was trailing, 10% of this is like 40 cents. So I'd set like a 10% limit, which is roughly the same as this range trailing stop. And then if it ran up to 5, then a drop back to like 450 would trigger it. What's hero? It's like a custom indicator. RRP is not going to hit a quadrillion. RRP just another tool for Fed to try and lower inflation. Yeah. Zoom in for MOASS. What do you got? Fuck ton. I mean, the most compelling thing about that turd, right, is the out of the money calls that came in. But yeah, that's a fuck ton of in the money calls. Lots of FTDs, right? Hero hedging impact of real-time options. I don't know how accurate it is, but it should be, right? Is it the MM or options writer who's not hedging? Likely the MM. Or MM same as options writer. How are things going today? They're going all right. I specifically ordered piping hot. Shannon entropy being effectively minimized. We boom boom soon. Yeah, it's looking like it. I'm ready. Time for money. Oh. What's the strike on the Philly out of the monies? Are they 624? Yes. 200? Nothing like trying to copy an institutional options buy without understanding the underlying positioning. That'll definitely, trying to do that'll teach you a lot of lessons really quick. Like how to lose money the fastest. It's not illegal, it's just not a smart trade idea. It opens them up to asymmetric risk. Not trying to spread FUD, but is there anything that would make you sell your calls and abandon OPEX? Yeah, if the fucking price dropped, or I thought they'd covered gamma exposure. Yeah, I mean, I have stops in place. If the fucking price drops 10% in 5 minutes, I'm out. If it drops 10% in 30 minutes, I'm also probably out. You know? Like I'm not gonna get saddled with a loss or have to roll forward. I'll just cut them. So if there's any risk of my options reducing in value to the point where I bought them out, obviously I would just take my profits and sell them. My risk is loose because I expect a run, but I'll tighten that shit right up if I think we're falling. That day taught me a fuck ton. Yeah. Days like that generally either bolster people's resolve or like knock them out of the market permanently. Having a margin account has made me a way better trader. It's easier to cut losses, buy, and re-enter when cash settlement times aren't an issue. Yeah, it's very convenient. As long as you don't ever let it allow you to carry more risk than you can manage, then it's fine. That's when people get in trouble with margin accounts. Intern lurking. You hear that, sir? We just have to drop it that much to get the pickle guy out. they If they think that, they've underestimated my ability to diamond hand options into expiry. Or just buy them right back, right? At a cheaper price. It's not like I can't cling to the position if I want to. You just hit like Control Z, right? Am I doing this wrong? But we hugged the yellow line and now we're hugging the red line. I think residential loans are being bundled into CMBS. Interesting, but the default rate on residential loans is like insignificant. I'd imagine the default rate on CMBS are higher. I mean, Vanguard's involved in everything, right? Literally. What companies do you believe are currently most overvalued? Shopify? Tesla? Hmm. It's kind of hard to say if Microsoft is overvalued, but I think it might be a little bit. Tesla's way fucking overvalued. Those would be the big ones. Oh, what's that company called? I think Autodesk fell pretty hard. Yeah. There was someone else I was watching for a short position. I shorted Airbnb for like most of their leg down. That was like the other big short that I planned on. Um Ones with like less range, I think like Uber and I think DoorDash is still super overvalued. Um I think Uber and Lyft are overvalued. Is AMC trading at $0? If it's not, then it's also overvalued. I don't think Chipotle is necessarily overvalued. I mean, maybe a little bit. I think AutoZone's gonna go up. I'm not sure if O'Reilly's publicly traded. I think they are. Yeah, I think O'Reilly is gonna continue to surge up. This is one I've been like watching for a little while. It's really bottomed out here, but this is like a 3 to 5 year like investment for me. Um, this and AutoZone, with the used car sales during the course of the pandemic, and budgets being more constrained, uh, auto parts suppliers are going to go way up in value. Because just a huge amount of used cars sold, and a shortage in new cars, right? So I think we're gonna see a big surge in the earnings of like auto parts suppliers over the next probably over the next 2 years, but maybe as far out as like 3 to 5. PRTS. Oh, that's not it. Carparts.com, maybe. I don't think that they really profit as highly, but they are following the trajectory of the rest. So yeah, it's possible. They have a small float, but I'd have to dig into their financials. I don't know if they're as solid. T-Whack. Hey bro, why is BBY so low and not moving? Well, it's down. I'm sitting in my pants. Okay, well, I mean, at least you're not sitting naked. Seems like we may be in for a rip into close. I mean, I don't know about rip, but like we might run up a little bit into close. There's just automated trackers that do it. I don't do it manually. Kiddos doing fraud by forming LLCs, then buying homes with leverage from that company. I'm waiting for a big spike when interest rates actually hit high levels. You think that, I mean, lenders aren't lending very many variable rate loans though. Like the number of variable rate loans like outstanding is pretty small compared to 2008. So like even if rates hit higher, I don't think we're going to see a lot of I don't think we're going to see a lot of default due to that economic factor. I think we'll see a lot of default due to other economic factors. Dork. Like layoffs and shit like that. I'm doing a housing DD and also looking into open door post recession baby boomer death housing supply surplus. Interesting. HD 277 end of next week. Could. I mean, 270 is very low price. What are your thoughts on Kellogg? Should be sustainable. I mean, they're probably recession safe. I wouldn't say they're recession proof, but I don't think they'll lose a lot of value. Kellogg, Kraft, Campbell's, all those companies like have. I mean, they're not going to perform exceedingly well, but they're also not going to probably lose you a lot of money. I can see you smashing a financial news interview on TV. Smarter than 69% of the trash analysts out there. Uh, I mean, they don't, that's not what they're looking for generally, right? They don't want people to smash an interview. They want people to just like agree with them. How tall are you? When do I roll goalposts? Soon. Soon. Article from a few days ago. AMC investors vote against Adam Aaron's $19 million pay package. That's hysterical. So the vote failed? That's impressive. That's the first thing they've done in their own interest since they didn't sell at $72. Any chance run it early tomorrow or just a bit? I don't know, man. They've got a lot of exposure to cover. I don't think they hold off. And if they start buying, then the ETFs are going to start buying. It's and so if they pull back and try not to cover all at once, like they don't have absolute control over the price. There's other interested parties that are also buying during OPEX. When you say HD is safe at 270, the downplay at the money, near the money calls a 60 DTE are safe to DCA into. I mean, it's a relatively low price for Home Depot. There is some room down to the downside. I think as far as 260, but if it finds support here, which it's starting to, um, out here on like the 1 hour, it's starting to find a little support. This, I would not call this safe, but you know, you have risk at 265, which is still kind of far away. You could trim your risk up, but that's going to leave you open to like volatility ending your position. But if you put your risk at 270, yeah, this is a very good potential bullish breakout, like, or a reversal. And worst case scenario, you hit the like top of the trend here, right? And fail, which is kind of where it's at. So if it does break out and continue to move up, you'll make money. But you'd have to be like at the money calls, and then you only have 50 cents of risk, 57 cents of risk. So you don't have a lot of flexibility with holding this. And Home Depot calls aren't cheap, especially at the money. You'd probably want like at least 20 days. Yeah, they're like $10 a contract. Kellogg's splitting into 3 different companies. Interesting. Do current Kellogg holders gain shares of the new companies? That might be fun. Nice boomer play. Same like buying Activision. Bullish on UPS. It's right there in the ticker. VIX down more than more percent today, with SPY only plus 0.7 than yesterday. SPY plus 2.6. Yeah, it does. It does look like the VIX is bleeding off a little bit. But I wonder if that's because like volatility is being crushed on Nasdaq also, like not just S&P. Uh, Best to exit IV plays first, right? Market sells. Manage your other legs from top to bottom. This is the way, correct? Yeah, it's best to get out of your IV plays. Well, because you want to get exit IV when the stock is running, not when it's, you know, hit a resistance and is like trading sideways, or is in the money calls and closer to the money calls. You know, you can manage through consolidation periods. Gex plus OPEX, GoPEX, or GexPEX? Ooh, GoPEX. I mean, it's shorter, right? And if you're buying into Kellogg and you're not planning on at least a 5-year hold, right? Fuck are you buying it for? Blue chip, sure, but definitely big and lumbering, slow to gain value. I bought a July 15 $200 cat call. Is that enough time to get over 200? Might not be. That's actually kind of a short period of time. I think July's for cat are pretty done unless you're very near the money. Um, I hope you have enough time. Starting to kind of bottom out here. If the market's rallying, I don't know how well cat will do. Cat's more of like a value, like the interest in it picks up when people are looking for like value investments and like over growth. And if the market's like on a bear rally, people are going to be throwing money into growth stocks. So cat can stagnate and kind of drift down during those periods. No, I expect whoever has the puts on BBY will try to suppress any price increases. Strongly suppress any price increases. Thoughts on Katz's Deli? Overrated, unfortunately. It used to be really, really good. It's now not as good as it used to be and 10 times the price. There's still some delis like Jewish delis left in the city that are solid. Um like Barney Greengrass is still really good. Katz is just not what it once used to be, unfortunately. It's just like a tourist trap now. Yeah, it is. Best New York City deli? Well, like I said, Barney Greengrass is still really good. I'm trying to remember the name of this one in Brooklyn. Um Oh, Sarge's is still really good. Sarge's is over on 3rd Avenue. they're still solid. I mean, they're expensive, but not not like cats. And they serve like Jewish food, like traditionally Jewish food. Jason Bowers. I would imagine that the owners are also Jewish, but they may not be. I think Katz is owned by like some corporation now. Well, because it's a Jewish deli. That's what it is. There's no shame in the what. How's that? That's not like racist or shameful. If do you say Italian restaurant? Bigot. What the fuck are you saying? Ridiculous. It's like, oh, I went to this great pasta restaurant last night. It was phenomenal. Fucking assholes. Italian restaurants are racist against my waistline. I just saw Sarge's sandwiches. How could anyone eat that much? I actually don't know. I assume that you take half. I mean, if I go there, I just get like half a sandwich. They're definitely too big to eat the whole fucking thing. Maybe it's like shared, like a family style thing. I don't know why they put so much fucking meat on them. I'm sure there's people that sit down and eat an entire like pound and a half pastrami sandwich, but I don't want to die in a deli, so I try to avoid that. I guess sarcasm is difficult to convey over the internet. Probably. I thought Italian restaurants are just Olive Gardens or Buca di Beppo. I'm not Jewish. How does it feel to be wrong again? About what? I haven't been wrong about anything yet. How does it feel to be so fucking stupid you don't understand how this shit works after fucking a year and a half? Does your mom clean the drool off your face? Look at the open interest for Gen 2023 for open. The only thing that's getting bought is like 950s. Best matzo ball soup in the city. 3rd Avenue Deli. By a long shot. Can deepen the money calls be used to satisfy OPEX obligations? No, because they're not exercising and keeping the shares. They're exercising them and using it to exercise puts, right? So it's called a reversal. It's a net zero profit trade that generates volume essentially. So it can clear FTDs through CNS, but it can't be used to satisfy the like asset baskets of ETFs. That requires buying of the underlying. No, dude, for the ticker open? Oh. Open door? Oh. Interesting. Like short build up, lots of sold calls, sold leaps at 8 and $9. I mean, that doesn't seem very bullish from the long-term investors, right? Is there something I'm not seeing there? Congrats, Edward Snowden. Best matzo ball soup. GME 741 says it all. Yeah. GME looks very bearish right now. No, it doesn't. Not at all. Looks fine. Repeating yesterday's price action. This is consolidating too. This doesn't look very bearish. That's because long-term bets on the options chain for GME are targeting a price of $60. Thank you so much for everything, Gurk. No problem, Wi-Fi for fan. So it's not that his model predicts us going back to 60. It's just that the current long-term predictive price based on the options chain is at 60. That doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be realized or that's not going to change as we approach that period of time. Why do Italian Americans call tomato sauce gravy? I don't know. I don't. Sounds like a New Jersey thing. They'll ship a sandwich straight to my door in the Midwest. Nice. I thought reversals were illegal. No, they're not illegal. They're illegal if used to satisfy reg show obligations directly, right? Because they don't produce any real shares. So if they're used to satisfy a reg show obligation directly, they're illegal. But indirectly through CNS, that's a loophole I don't believe they've closed. I have some Jimmy 225 calls for September, and Jimmy splits and gives out shares around 180. What happens to my calls? Do the calls split or no since they issue more shares? So the calls, if they do a dividend split, Tiki Bar Dude, the calls will be worth the ratio time. It'll multiply the underlying shares the call contains or represents by the ratio of the split. So 3-to-1 split, and each call will be worth 300 of the underlying stock, and the strike. You said you have what, 225s? So the strike would be $75, right? Yeah, $75. Did that one get through? I think so. I read it. You said thanks for everything, right? Did I miss one? No, thank you, Wi-Fi. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, it went through. Woo. I think I'm slowly slimeballing my monetary ideology goo from SS to gherk. Jamie looks very bearish right now. No, it doesn't. Very boorish. Oh, interesting. Latest institutional options flow. Out of the money calls coming in. A little bit. I think the flow you have might be faster than the one I'm looking at. But yeah, I mean, the call volume coming in is still very bullish. Whatever. Thanks again. Thanks, dude. Do we ever see red closes during an OPEX period? Oh yeah, it happens. Especially if we have like an early day spike, like if we run hard in the morning and then just kind of drift down into close. Our price action today is almost exactly yesterday's price action. Like even mostly within the same range. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a small run into close. Not a lot, but a little one. Something we say about BBY debt level of 3 billion versus revenue of 2.5. Macy's has similar business at 6 billion in debt. Yeah, but their revenues are a lot higher. So are their assets, like their debt to asset ratio is far better. Are we happy, content with the low volume today? I mean, it's fine. If it persists into tomorrow, that's a little more worrisome. Do you remember a year ago when I was telling you to pronounce my name like 5 times a day? It's Wi-Fi for Fane. right? I kind of remember. Yeah. Back when we would get into the big pronunciation arguments. Sorry for my questions. I've been here for 2 days. I have free time and free money. I bought 2,000 shares yesterday, hence my recent noodling. Hope that's okay. I'm Chinese. Okay, I mean, awesome. I don't know if it matters what you are, but that's cool. Don't worry about it. We get new people in here all the time. Usually they're gone pretty quickly, but sometimes they're not. Welcome. Jovis? Fizz? Jovis. Looks like we're seeing them compounding their obligations just like you wished for. Could it play out much better for seeing optimal price action during this OPEX? I mean, as long as we see covering, then yeah, it's perfect. Long-time listener, first-time commenter. How dare you? Shop is not one of the most overrated stocks. Some of us have really great skills at catching falling knives. Canadians that are bullish on Shop. Same like RDBX options holders. Feel good. You kind of remember last donate. I'm broke now. Thank you, Wi-Fi for fan, for giving me all your money. It's greatly appreciated. You know you can talk to me in the chat too without donating. All right. Have you ever been one of those Eastern European bathhouses where they discuss business and get smacked with sage or something? No, like the Russian bathhouses. I don't even know where those are. I'm not in the mafia. Just threw my life savings into DRV. Nuts, probably. Um, when not much is going on, you make excellent background noise even after a while. Thanks, Verdorter Punked. Do I recall correctly about you saying that institution buys in on the day of or the day before we run and would say that they have bought in just 1 foot in the door? Between yesterday and today, I would say that institutions are pretty well positioned on the long side. But yeah, they usually buy in like the day that we run or the day before. Can they boof OPEX? I mean, partially. They can't boof the whole thing, but they can boof half. I don't think they will. They have no reason to. That was the worst YouTuber welcome I've ever heard. Never change. Is someone trying to lower IV? I mean, IV's lowering. It went up a little bit yesterday though, so yeah, I mean it's down, but it's not down a shitload. Goodbye, my 64150 calls. You will be missed. Slowbacks. No problem, dude. Weird name. It's hard to pronounce. Is it like Nordic? Finnish? Do you think RC knows about OPEX? Yeah. Wi-Fi for Finn. Thank you for becoming a zillionaire. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club, man. Oh, the booth hall's about half full, Fluffy. October 300 puts sold were institutionals. Yeah. Or someone with a really fat margin account. I'm Danish, so sort of derived from my last name. Oh, okay. RC Move or DRS OPEX asking for RSS. Can they boof that 250 million gex from Friday? I mean, that's what they're doing right now, right? But they're carrying the asymmetric risk day over day. So, but they're carrying it to the point where they have to cover, right? They have T+2 plus a holiday extension. So tomorrow during market hours is the most liquid point for them to cover, but technically they don't have to cover until Friday at market open. But the problem with pushing it into Friday at market open is then you have to place all of the orders by market open, right? So even if you place them through dark pools, they all have to be placed, which means those orders are going to auto execute and auto settle, which gives you less control over the price. So it's not ideal for them to do it that way. The best way for them to do it is just to cover tomorrow. Does that make sense? Because if they cover tomorrow, they can cover while still maintaining some control over price action. But if they cover Friday, you know, they have to like try to get out in front of the orders as they settle. So when the dark pools print, if they print at a time where it's not really favorable to them, they can lose control of the price very quickly. Stop giving them ideas. I mean, it's the truth, right? Like they know. It's not, I'm not saying anything they don't know already. Why are you sweating your July calls? I mean, they should be up or relatively flat from wherever you bought them, right? Unless you bought them at the peak yesterday or the peak today. And if you did that, you kept your money off the table because you were afraid, and then you put your money on the table because you were afraid, and that's not a great way to invest, right? So if you held off buying calls for July till it ran, and then bought at the top, you bought because you were afraid of missing out. Or you waited to buy till now because you were afraid of it not going up. Either way, I mean, you let your entire investment decision be influenced by fear, which, you know, is now no longer to your benefit, right? Currently, no longer to your benefit. If the price moves up, then you'll be fine, but the way you entered the position was entirely based on emotion. If Panda Express rolls out this burrito where they put your meal in a tortilla, that's fucking disgusting. I don't want to hear about it. Let me know our next bull pendants. No problem, Houston Wade's hairline. You're refusing this bull mayo shipment? Yeah, I've got enough, thanks. No, it's not Longs buying that far in the money. They're trading reversals on the Philadelphia exchange to clear FTDs. Well, I'm certain I've gained some wrinkles following the stream. I'm concerned that my newfound lexicon has me boofing dicks while at the same time theta gherking my CNS. Is this trading? Yes. Considering yesterday and today's price action is similar, how plausible is it they cover their obligation in the same manner for the rest of the period? Or has the volume been insufficient? Insufficient volume, Johnny. Please stop attacking me. I subbed into PiFi out of fear, and it has been the wisest financial decision of my life. Thanks, Truth State. If they don't know about all this that's going on, then do we know anything? Then know what they are doing? They know what we know. We know what they know that we know. Knowledge. I'm making a financial decision based off disgust when I dismiss the Panda Express burrito. You eat and drink and vape in front of us. You can scream into a pillow in front of us too. Thanks. What if nothing happens by Friday and no high volume? I sell my calls and move on with my life. Then we wait for July. Right? Are dark pool buy orders market orders? They carry limit orders. If LO, isn't there risk that they won't be filled? No. They're filled immediately, right? It's the dark pool settles them over time. So they act as like a like it almost acts as like what's a good way to describe this? I want to say a diffuser, right? So you put in like a order of 3 million shares, and the dark pool satisfies your order, right? And then it fills that order over time, slowly, settling that order out. While yeah, a damper. It's almost like osmosis. Boofer? What happened to DDS? Part of XRT baskets is waiting for FTD covering tomorrow or Friday. Not FTD covering, but OPEX obligation covering. Honestly, DDS moves harder sometimes on like the FTD covering than it does on the OPEX obligations. They have a very strong case on DDS for illiquidity, so they can defer covering like several days. So it doesn't always line up the same way in the cycle as GameStop. Like they can definitely get approved for FINRA deferment due to illiquidity when settling those trades. So the DB tries to buy slowly at market so as not to increase the price too much. I mean, essentially, yeah. Would it be better to buy some contracts before close or at open, do you think? I don't have any contracts for this run. I want to jump in before it's too late. I mean, I hope you understand the risk involved with playing OPEX cycles before you make any rash decisions and just FOMO into calls. But provided that you do understand the risk that creates, you know, IV is very low right now. It may not be in the morning. It could be. It could be even lower tomorrow. But the chances of it being the lower tomorrow are slimmer. Like the odds of us running tomorrow are higher than the odds of us running today. So I hope that helps your decision making. Do you step away to manage your position if you catch my draft? No. I just had to pee. And I was irritated. What if SPX pukes tonight and into open? What will happen to us? I mean, our price will also puke. SPX kind of puked last night, right? We rebounded fast. We almost opened like where we closed. We were only like what, down like 0.3% by open. So I don't know. Putin gonna follow up on his threats tonight? If Putin does some crazy shit tonight, I'm just gonna be 100% convinced that he's short GameStop. Feb 2021 OPEX. T+1 we're up 13%. T+2 down 4. T+3 up 340%. Now T1 up 4. T2 down 0.4. T3 tomorrow 100%? Maybe. That'd be nuts. I will say that on weeks with holidays, specifically because of that deferral, it really does compound obligations into a period of covering where it can dramatically, because the period is so short, it can dramatically increase the volatility of that, settlement event. And the participants are, encouraged to wait the maximum amount of time because the potential for it to be cheaper to cover at the last possible moment remains, right? You forgot your tinfoil in the kitchen? The nervousness in the chat here builds like GME obligations released all at once as full bull plays on repeat. What will the press print about the run this time? Oh, they'll probably say, like FOMO caused due to the impending release of the NFT marketplace or some bullshit. Approaching the end of Q2, GameStop's promised NFT marketplace right around the corner. We see retail interest picking back up in these stocks all over again. What are your thoughts on this? I mean, FINRA short interest reports just fall in the middle of OPEX obligation cycles. There's FINRA short interest report dates where we don't really run. If you go back and look, it ran on some of them. I made broccoli pizza because of your mentioning it, and it was delicious. It's really good. Thanks for the headline. No problem, random Motley Fool writer. You should start a stock news site. I'll just start a site where I debunk other stock news. No problem, Grim2. I'll probably say it was released, then following the run, we'll say it's dead on arrival, like they did earlier this year. Yeah, I mean, if they can spin that story back up one more time, why not? Get as much gas out of it as you can. Would you sell 150C weekly before end of day to save theta? Probably. The broccoli doesn't get wilty? No. Crispy. A little bit. You can like blanch it first. So it's not so like hard. But I mean, you're putting it into like a 500 to 700 degree oven, right? Why do they want it to be cheaper when they cover if covering is beneficial for them? Oh, the APs are just going to wait their full amount of time to cover, right? Unless the market maker starts covering. The market maker, if the market maker triggers the settling, right, then the market maker is more than willing to wait until, like, I mean, we're down now 0.74%, right? So that shaves off some of the GEX from yesterday. So already they've saved some money, right? By waiting. I mean, maybe not a lot, but they've saved some. But it's very likely that in these covering events, due to the timing, that the market maker begins covering, and then the APs jump in because they want to cover while the price is still low. So it's almost like a standoff between the two, and who's gonna kind of cover first. And the market maker is on a much more strict time frame, especially with the ETF rebalance, because they have like T+3. I mean, technically the ETFs don't have to cover until next week. Although, well, maybe not. I think the ETFs still have to cover this week. But because the ETF settlement is unaffected by FINRA. So they all that's really happening here is they both have an extended period of time to cover. So instead of the APs being able to wait on the sidelines for the market maker to start covering, the market maker gets to kind of defer the covering an extra like 2 days. So they still have to cover GEX from last week, correct? Yeah, from last Friday. It's still unresolved. Motherfucker, why break down support? I mean, we broke down out of support yesterday too, right? And then we came back up. I mean, today, if anything, our trend is a little better for the same time of day, right? This was what, 1 p.m. yesterday we broke down? Today we didn't break down till almost, or sorry, 2 p.m. And today we didn't break down till almost 2:40. So, you know, we're reaching the lower range. I think we might actually be a little higher. Yeah, we're a little higher still. So if we bounce here into close, I mean, we're a tiny bit higher than we were yesterday. All of this and still basically flat. I'm not a follower, I'm a subscriber. How do we know Gex is unresolved? Volume. Yes, volume. They do cash settle their ETF obligations. Purchase and exercise calls to replace shares. I mean, that would still cause buy pressure and gamma imbalance, right? That just puts it onto the market maker. So yeah, absolutely, they could buy calls and exercise, but that doesn't have a net neutral effect, right? That would just increase the amount of gamma imbalance on the market maker side. Haven't seen Gaff today. Is he as bearish as ever? I don't know. Maybe he's back in his cave. I think Gaff was actually moderately bullish for this week. You think Gamma Max will be higher tomorrow? Maybe. I mean, we're still trading in kind of the same price range, so maybe not. Like yesterday, we moved up a bit, right? But today, we're kind of in the same range. So Gamma Max may not increase significantly today. It's as the price moves up, people are encouraged to buy further and further out of the money calls. But if we trade in the same range, the range of call buying out of the money is going to remain relatively the same, right? This is really eerily reminiscent of Jan Feb when nothing happened. People say that on every OPEX. What are the odds for an after hours pump? Uh, slim. And the market makers are going to try to cover an after hours unless there's some like news or big risk. That's what we saw. I mean, that's kind of what we saw in the March run, right? With the split announcement from GME or like the financial plan announcement. He's watching his net worth vanish in ADA. Which contracts are you most excited about? None of them. They're gonna settle last minute Friday to bleed out the weeklies. I mean, yeah, they can. They've already bled out plenty of weeklies at this point, though. If Sus is cycling FTDs by buying exercising in the money calls, pairing with exercise puts, do you see put OI drop every day? No, it doesn't even show up on OI because it's open and closed immediately. That's actually how we tell, is because IV doesn't increase, right? Like the IV on those strikes remains stagnant, even though those trades happened. Should we see a pump before Cenas close? Cenas is closed for 11 minutes now. Can you discuss what happens next if this OPEX is pre-hedged? Big downs next week? It'd just be big downs already if it was pre-hedged. What is an AP again? Authorized participant. This is like a market maker for the ETF. They handle the creation and redemption of shares within an ETF. Um, Under what circumstances could covering not take place until Monday? If they halt the stock Friday into close, then covering could continue through Monday. But those orders still would have had to have been placed Friday morning at market open, before market open. BR Gex, put our service to the test. Here's the deal for the week. I have a flight on Friday from 10 a.m. till 1 p.m. I promise you that we will run on Friday due to this, likely during this time frame. JFresh said some pretty bullish shit in Discord earlier. Something about huge buys of in the money calls today to settle FTDs, and that they keep trying to keep Jamie off Reg Show. Thoughts? Yeah, those are my thoughts. But thanks for reiterating them to me, Lulu. I think it's more just JFresh agreeing with the current take. JFresh still bullish on Bobby. Uh, he has a mixed relationship, I think. So hypothetically, it would run most of the day, halt into close. Basically, they would have to run Friday and couldn't just hold off until end of day. I mean, yeah, kind of, because dark pools are gonna, like, we don't have to run hard, right? But like whatever dark pool dumps are gonna occur throughout the day are gonna occur, and they're not gonna be able to stop that price action from happening. I don't think they have the liquidity like they did last Feb to like short those breakouts and satisfy them synthetically. So, yeah, I mean, it would just put upward pressure on the stock throughout the day. JFresh doesn't sound anything like Warden. BBY doing a thing. What? Trading at 650? I assume that APs know this and want to start covering prior to that. I mean, no, they all want to cover at the last possible minute. If one forces the hand of the other, then they cover earlier. Are you forgetting the power of 0 DTEs this Friday? No. I have capital. I can spend it when I want. I don't believe you when you say you aren't excited about any of your contracts specifically, but I still think you're a good dude. Thanks. 652, thank you. 654 now. Can we see a Feb 2021 move? No. Oh, they can't FTD on like asymmetric risk like that. They fucking blow up their margin. That's no. No FTD from that. FTD other things. FTD, you know, synthetic creation, but not FTD gamma imbalance. They have to maintain a hedge. If their hedge shifts too far off of like the asymptotic risk, then they're fucking they'll get margin called. And market makers can't take that level of risk. They can take on some, but not to that extent. They shouldn't take on any, technically, right? They shouldn't influence the market. But they do. Like a bunch. But in order to do that, I mean, there's a balance to it, right? In order to influence the market, they have to take on additional risk. And that additional risk is limited, right? You're dealing with leveraged positions. Those can get out of hand very, very quickly. You know, think about managing like your 10 covered calls and then multiply that by like a million more contracts. What are your thoughts on the 60 billion of sold, not yet purchased securities from Citadel? They're a fucking market maker. They're sold and owned like security balance should be roughly in line, and it is. I think they were net long actually, like 74 billion in owned securities, 60 billion in sold not yet purchased securities. That's not unusual at all. No, I said they should be totally neutral. They're absolutely not. Um, but they are mostly neutral, right? You have to understand the rate at which their risk multiplies the further they move away from that neutral position. That's what keeps them in line. That's what regulates them is their own positioning. It's a balancing act. So they can influence but not control, right? If that makes sense. Getting shorted through resistance. Yeah, just now. Are we still set to run later this week, assuming everything goes well? I mean, everything still looks good. Ah, it's just the SPY. I think this is just active funds. I don't really know if this is like a direct short as much as it is just some selling. SPY pooped itself, yeah. Yeah, it looks like we recovered like immediately on the next candle in the higher range. So just a weird volatility spike to the downside. Good day. Realized 300 in rev call. Nice. Unrealized negative 4K in GME calls. Well, win some, lose some. How the fuck are you down 4K? I swear to God, some people are just like only bought calls at 145. You know, if you wait and chase, you're likely to lose out. Where's the deferral date posted? Oh, FINRA regulation. Fuck, 4250? No. Can't remember it right now. Uh, 4210F. Well, there's a few. There's Reg T extension. There's an SEA Rule 15C3 extension, and a Rule 4210F and a 4210G extension. They're all for different settlement positions. Any similarities to Freg's Day in November this week so far? Not really. Made $20 flipping 200C weekly today. Nice. Is that a glitch, or have we really not hit 2 million volume yet? It's not a glitch. We're at 1.7 right now. GDP numbers coming out for QOQ next Wednesday. Do you think recession would be official? Yeah. Well, are they going to reassess it again like they did with the fucking first quarter numbers? If they're not going to reassess it and they're just going to accept it at face value, then I'd imagine, yeah, another negative GDP report would. I mean, that is a recession. That is officially a recession. Roughly 10% down. What is? The possibility of a GameStop stock dividend, a costly worry for those on the short side of GME. It could be if lenders are going to recall their shares. Lenders may not recall, though, so there's a chance they don't give a shit. That's the only problem I have with the scenario. I mean, like, if it forced a recall, awesome, but it may not. It should trigger a recall, but they don't, like I said, they don't have to. No one's making them recall their shares. And if a lender has over lending risk, which would, be the assumption, then they may be even less inclined to recall their shares. I think you know more about the markets than the SEC. I sure as shit know more about FINRA settlement than FINRA, or at least the people you can talk to on the phone at FINRA. How are VIX, VXX, UVXY going down the same time as the SPY? I thought they're usually inverse. The SPY can be dropping on low volume. Some of those track specifically S&P volatility. Some of them are market volatility. So, if the Dow or NASDAQ are still improving, VIX may not. Dow's a little more stable today. NASDAQ kind of fell off. Yeah, NASDAQ's dropping now. Dow's doing okay. SPY's still mostly fine. And this is this sell-off isn't like huge volume. This isn't like a rapid decrease. It's still green on the day. So I wouldn't expect volatility to be spiking right now. Can you imagine just going back to 126 on Friday, thus removing Gex? They'd have to do it tomorrow, not Friday. Can you explain what part of this cycle is boofable? ETF obligations have to be satisfied, so that's the unboofable part? No, the boofable part is FOMO and retail buy pressure. Not the ETF obligations. Those can't really be boofed. The market maker can boof gamma imbalance for a period of time, but not for much longer. Clock's ticking. Scare people out of some calls before close. Aren't obligations still due from the ETF at 126? Oh, the ETF, I mean, the ETF has to rebalance their net assets. They have to just buy at whatever spot price is. So 137 right now. It's not like locked in at spot price of 126. They're shorting us into close. I love it. It's a good way. I mean, like the market, if the market maker wants to burn off calls and exposure, then this is the time to do it, right? They just scared me in below my cost basis. Why can't MM internalize ETF NAV rebalance? The DMM? I mean, they could. It's like a lot of fucking money across the whole basket. The DMM potentially could, but institutional orders might just go direct to the lit exchange and bypass the DMM. They've never been able to internalize it before. I don't know how they'd be able to internalize it now. It's just cheaper to load up on 7-1s. Thanks, MM. Price retracing to 130. I mean, I don't know. We're not even at 135 yet. Likely no. I would say if we're gonna see a pullback, we're gonna see it relatively like within this range. So 136. I know we dipped a little lower in pre-market, but how much volume is there? The volume there is just complete shit. It's like almost non-existent. So I would say that our trend is Probably a little higher, like right. Keeps like auto locking to the next one up. I think maybe better from here. Yeah. So yeah, like 136.50, 136. I can see like volatility hitting the EMA 60, which is at 135.27. Maybe not a lot of volume traded below this line. And then it's completely inaccurate on this time scale. But I mean, it looks like it bottomed here, and it's recovering a little bit already. I called their bluff. A wise pickle once said, "You should always diamond hand options." I definitely didn't say that, but thank you, Danrod. Could this be some stop loss hunting going on? Yeah, I mean, it gets people to sell out of weeklies, right? Because they see their weeklies down. So it creates call selling. Is this just shorting? I think it's a little bit of both. Weekly call selling and shorting. I would say the volume spikes are likely shorting. And then what we're seeing, like the drag in between, is people selling out of calls. This is why weeklies suck. Is the SPY dropping too? Not as hard though. So taking advantage of the active fund as well. I mean, this is shorting, right? Like this is shorting or sell-offs. This is probably like active fund and option selling. I mean, I see that some more 150 624s are selling off right now. And a few, not as many, 140C 624s are selling off. Perspective, weeklies rock if you're buying it this time. True. Yeah, it's all about, I mean, options are all about timing the entry. Bobby's staying relatively stable. That's a good sign. It's still at $6.50. If their mission was to get people to sell off, mission successful. So are we done? Are we going to go up again tomorrow? We'll find out. They're getting ready to rip it tomorrow? Maybe. Yeah. Still no volume. The SPY's also dropping pretty hard right now. Jimmy's about to hit my erogenous demands. I still haven't bought any weeklies. I didn't hear no bell. Exactly. Did Gap cancel OPEX? How much volume are we expecting when they start covering? A lot more. This reeks of desperation. Yeah, it does. To me, it does. Didn't I say this like 2 hours ago? I said push it down into close to get people to sell their fucking weeklies. And then people are doing exactly that. They're just selling their fucking weeklies. It's like, ah, no, I'm down 20%. You shouldn't have bought fucking weeklies. Dick's supposed to be enormous. They've been boofing active fund buys on GME, but not active fund sells. So lame. Yeah, I mean, dark pool volume's up higher today too, so utilization's gonna probably drive up. I just bought more weeklies. I mean, on a week where they have the potential to cover all the way into Friday, right? And almost no reason to cover early. Why would you get weeklies that expire on Friday, the day that they have to start covering? Bottom found? That's what I didn't I say like 136.50? What did it hit? 136.43. Yeah, close enough. Because they're cheap, and options profit calc told me if we hit 350 end of day Tuesday, I would have at least $100. People fudding themselves with options profit calc. Off by 7 cents. Shill. I know. When do you think BBY will run with everything else? Do you think there'll be enough pressure to push it past $10? I have no idea. It'll depend on how much nearer the money call volume is. I think the biggest problem with BBBY right now is most of the call volume is 10 and higher, and very little of the call volume is pushing back against that put hedge. So I've been wondering this for a while. Is volume the amount of shares traded or the amount of buy-sell transactions that have occurred? Shares traded. How fast do you read? I don't know. Pretty quickly. I'm not like a speed reader, but I could read like a novel in like, I don't know, like 8 hours or something. How fast do I type? Oh, not very fast, actually. Like I can trade quickly with hotkeys and like play video games, but typing not great. Like, I don't know. What's shitty? Like 40 words a minute or something? Less than that. Dr. Seuss isn't a novel. He wrote a novel or a couple, I think. How fast did you read LOTR? I've read the trilogy in 3 days. I'm a speed reader. I take large quantities of speed and then struggle to read the book. I can't open a PDF. Show us your CAC or you're a shell. CAC. You have to read it for yourself, Trina. Sorry I wasn't on here. They're trying to drop us to the lowest possible before tomorrow. I mean, it looks like they did that already, and now they've given up, like the little bitches they are. Slowplex, Slowpex. Are weeklies a lot cheaper than longer dated calls? Yeah, that's why people are incentivized to buy them. Keck is a World of Warcraft reference. That's how the horde lolled. Oh. Okay. I don't. None of that means anything to me. Like, I don't know what horde is. Can you show me where it spits? Hashtag mommy. um, thank you. And Riku. Jesus Christ. Chances off they shook off enough calls to satisfy the risk. I mean, chances they shook off as many as they were gonna. I actually bought one call for a better price than you. Nice. Too bad my other 7 are red. Wait, not anymore. Nice, dude. What's the last novel you've read? Been a while. Oh, I think I read like the second book, like the book 2 of Dune. It was insufferable. Well, not as good as the first book. Timed their bottom perfectly. Thanks to the foresight, bro. You got it, man. Am I shadow banned? No. I've definitely given you better material than Keck. Come on, bro. I mean, what? Show me where it spits is from a Tom Segura podcast. He's kind of funny sometimes and just cranky also. You should play the stock market and wow, you can pretend to be a hedge fund and do all kinds of stuff that would be illegal in the real world. I mean, you could just do that as a hedge fund, right? God, they suck so bad at doing this. I get my fellow tards. It's still hard to trust a magical witch oracle and his minions predicting price action to the dollar. But you've converted me to a Wicca gambler. It's not Wiccan, it's VWAPianism. Something, I don't know. Low risk, high DG. Yeah, I mean, if they're under the $10 wall, they're probably a lot safer. When are you gonna release a book for the MOASS trilogy? I don't know. Like a hardcover? I'm still waiting to hear back from Macmillan. Call out the peak for me so I can load up on weekly calls for maximum pan. I've been a paper degenerate all day and only lost 2 paper grand so far. Doing it right. It's easier to start a WoW hedge fund. Yeah, but it's probably just better to start a real one. Oh no, they convinced me to sell none of my calls, and now I have to hate buy more. You please elaborate on how you determine the 136.50 support? Oh, I'm the best. McShillen Publishing. Small bump at SI, percent on BBY, saw 43% listed on S3. Yeah, it's been driving up the last few weeks, actually. I'll give you startup capital if you decide to try WoW. Never. Can I be an investor in your hedge fund? I have $5. Maybe we'll get you a job and get some common stock. Who do you think controls the stock? What do you mean? Like, who controls the price? What's a tough call? It's either Citadel or Susquehanna. Depends on what we're doing. Maybe it's both of them. You think the theta loss overnight compares to the IV spike in the morning? I mean, it depends on if we run overnight or not, right? Are there any other 15-year-old games like WoW that you will refuse to play? Arma? Call of Duty? StarCraft? EverQuest Online? EVE Online? I would never play Maple Story. Or RuneScape. It's... Oh no, I'll play some fucking Age of Empires. I love asking questions. It's like playing Russian roulette. One time you get a full-blown explanation, the next you're belittled and degraded. I don't belittle or degrade anybody. It's ridiculous. You could do your job. You could be a market trader in EVE Online and do your job for no money. Oh, that sounds exciting. I'm not a big fan of like 4K games. Sometimes I'll play them, but eh. My wife hates you. My children like you. My therapist loves you. My wallet is empty. Calls are ready. Let be tomorrow a good day. Thanks for all you do. You're responsible for my wins. My losses are mine only. Cheers. Thanks, Yurka. I appreciate it, man. Fucking Kendra. Evan the non-Dan supremacist. I pay you good money to belittle and degrade me. I know. I mean, tell that to GME 741. I was just stating the truth there. I wasn't degrading him more than he'd already degraded himself. Kirk, the abusive financial advisor. Well, I've found that the nice way of saying things doesn't always get the point across. I tried that in the early days, and people were like, yeah, I've been here for 3 months. I still don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Ding ding, the day is done. We did an up and then a down and then some more down and then back up again. So yeah, that was fun. Not a lot of gamma exposure generated today, if any at all. I think actually a little bit shaved off. So the market maker did it. They sat on their $250 million in asymmetric risk just long enough to shave off 1% of it. So congratulations, Wolverine or Citadel. You're the best. Tomorrow represents the most liquid period for them to cover during the required covering time. So hopefully we see a nice run. I'm bullish on it. I think it looks good. Call buying today, very decent. Negative net delta into close. Pretty stagnant. A little bit of call buying towards the end of the day. They did end up squeezing some of those weeklies out. Unfortunately, hopefully those people reposition or YOLO back in tomorrow. And don't miss out on the run because of a $4 price drop. But they very well might, or $3.50 price drop. But everything looks good. Lots of long institutional interest today. Big piles of in the money calls exercised over on the Philadelphia exchange. Bot calls leading the pack today, 145,000 in net delta. And negative net delta for the day, only down 51,000. So everything looks primed to go. We're still trading, in this 135 to 140 range. I don't know if I expect gamma neutral to move up very much tomorrow because we kind of stayed in the same price range that we were in yesterday. So it doesn't really encourage buying, at the 180 and 200 mark and beyond because, we're still very low. Anything else? I would take a look at the chart for today. I'll delete this ridiculous shit that I drew on there earlier. And it looks like we're still consolidating in an uptrend. We have a higher low. This is a ascending triangle into resistance. So hopefully we bounce here overnight, continue up tomorrow, and break out. It looks bullish. We're still staying in. Not only are we staying in the high trend above the midpoint of this longer trend here from November, but we're actually staying in even in the higher range of that mid trend, right? So this continues to remain bullish. Pressure is to the upside, so a breakout is likely. From the technical side, this still looks great. The decreasing volume is expected during periods of consolidation. Yep, that's about it for today. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you probably bright and early tomorrow. Thanks. Have a good night, guys.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Riku! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.